Go ahead and call the meeting to order this morning. Let me start us off with a prayer, and then I'll have some help on the pledges, okay? Why don't you bow your heads and join me in prayer, please. Lord God, we thank you for this day, and we're especially appreciative of the recent rains. And Lord, we ask that you send us abundant rains to fill our reservoirs and to take care of our city and to take care of the surrounding communities and area. God, thank you for those who chose to run for office and for the vote this last Saturday. God, we ask your blessing on those and guidance for those who were elected. And Lord, we ask even more for your blessing and guidance for those who are still running. And God, we truly appreciate them and ask your oversight for what they do and how they conduct themselves the next 6 weeks while they work their way through a runoff election. Lord, pray that you will guide all of us on this council to do the right things and the best that we can during the transition as we watch players come and go the next few weeks, and ask God that we do your will as we move forward. Lord, thank you for all those who protect us, and thank you for all the blessings that you provide us. Help us to see the good in all that we do and to see the good in all around us. We ask all of this in your Son's name. Amen. You ready? Excuse me. I'm being joined this morning by Hallie Carlson, who's a 6th grader, and Hayden Carlson, who's a 3rd grader, and they're representing today Angelo Catholic School, and they're helping me with the pledges.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible.
Great job.
Good job.
Thank you. I'm still learning how to walk.
You're participating in the wellness program, I see there. Yeah, nice sprint. Good job. Okay. The first thing I have this morning is an Employee Health and Fitness Month, and I noticed that some of the folks that are going to join me up here came running in just now from a previous meeting. So if I can get the group up here, I'm looking for Eric Becker, Cheryl Pfluger, and our Janet. I don't see, is Janet around? I didn't see her. And Mary, is Mary here? Do you know? Okay, outstanding. Y'all come over here with me. How are you this morning? Hi, Cheryl, how are you? Good. I'm well. Let me read the proclamation. There we go. The proclamation. Whereas Global Employee Health and Fitness Month began in 2011 and is a national and international invitation to workplace wellness. And whereas Global Employee Health and Fitness Month is celebrated annually during the month of May. And whereas the goal of Global Employee Health and Fitness Month is to promote the benefits of a healthy lifestyle to employers and their employees through worksite health promotion activities and environments. And whereas worksite health and wellness programs improve the overall health and productivity of a workforce. And whereas employee health and fitness promotion provides a good return on investment. And whereas the City of San Angelo has a significant and rising number of work sites, including major employers, offering opportunities for employee health and fitness enhancement. And whereas the employers in the City of San Angelo are joining thousands of others across the United States in holding employee health and fitness events during the month of May 2013. Now therefore I, Alvin New, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Employee Health and Fitness Month. Would you guys like to speak?
I just want to say thank you to the council and the mayor. Certainly we're in the business of healthcare, and really we take that in terms of the total amount of healthcare, not just, treating someone when they're sick. It's easier to catch them on the front end and do things that can prevent any kinds of episodes of sickness. So we do appreciate you guys giving this proclamation today and just bringing the awareness of fitness and healthy lifestyle to the community.
Outstanding. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let me ask, Joe Estrada, is Joe here? No? You know of anything? Okay. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read this proclamation, and then we'll hold it for the folks. This is a proclamation today concerning the Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month, which is also May of 2013. The proclamation. Whereas today's society is finding more citizens involved in motorcycling on the roads of our country, and whereas motorcyclists are roughly unprotected and therefore more prone to injury or death in a crash than other vehicle drivers, and whereas campaigns have helped inform riders and motorists alike on motorcycle safety issues to reduce motorcycle-related risks, injuries, and most of all, fatalities through a comprehensive approach to motorcycle safety. And whereas it is the responsibility of all who put themselves behind the wheel to become aware of motorcyclists, regarding them with the same respect as any other vehicle traveling the highways of this country. And it is the responsibility of riders and motorists alike to obey all traffic laws and safety rules. And whereas urging all citizens of our community to become aware of the inherent danger involved in operating a motorcycle, and for riders and motorists alike to give each other the mutual respect they deserve. Now, therefore, I, Alvin New, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of May as Motorcycle Safety and Awareness Month. Well, come on up.
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
He couldn't be here today.
Alvin New.
He had some doctor's appointments,
Okay.
so he asked me to show up, and
Outstanding.
Accept
Would
the
you
plan.
like to say anything, or would you like just to accept the proclamation?
I'd just like to thank everybody for
Well, come on.
being. We'd like to thank y'all for being aware that motorcycles are out there, and we're littler than y'all are, so, if you could just look for us, it hurts a little more when you hit us than if you hit a car, but God forbid you hit anybody, but just look for us a little bit. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Outstanding. I'm messing you up today, aren't I, Brian? All right. Finally today, I'd like to invite, Chief, are you bringing others with you? I see an assistant or three. Outstanding. How are you, man? Oh, my life's good. Hi. We are in the middle, in the early mid part of Police Week, which is May the 12th through May the 18th, 2013. And we have Peace Officers Memorials Day, May the 15th. And so I'd like to read a proclamation to you. Whereas in 1962, President John F. Kennedy signed a proclamation which designated May the 15th as Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the week in which it falls as Police Week. And whereas this week is dedicated to pay tribute to those officers who have died in the line of duty, and the San Angelo Police Department will have a number of planned events to honor those who have made the ultimate sacrifice. And whereas the members of the law enforcement agencies of San Angelo and Tom Green County unceasingly provide vital public services and play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of San Angelo and Tom Green County. And whereas it is important all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their law enforcement agencies, and that members of our law enforcement agencies recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence and disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And now, therefore, I, Alvin New, Mayor of the City of San Angelo, Texas, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim May the 12th through May the 18th, 2013 as Police Week. Okay.
Sure. Thank you. Just to say a few words, first off, we're very appreciative of the support that we're receiving from the community. It seems to be coming more and more, especially I think with everybody seeing what's ahead of us. We've had, yesterday was our flag raising ceremony, and in that I discussed a little bit about some of the officers that have died in the state of Texas and where Texas ranks. But one thing that I wanted to point out that we're not immune as our community. We're not immune to that potentially happening here, considering we've had officer-involved shootings in the last few years. Today is a quiet day for us at the station. We're going to have a luncheon just for officers. Tomorrow afternoon is our ecumenical, where we'll have an actual church service to remember the officers in the state of Texas that died in the last year. And then Thursday night we have another private event for officers and their families. But again, thank you for your support.
Well, before they run off, these guys are terrific about how they handle things for the mayor, and particularly Chief Martinez. Thank you very much for what you've done helping me over the last 3.5 years. I wanted to say that before you went back. All of them bring invaluable experience and direction to the council and do great things. But when you're dealing with certain activities that happen in the city, Assistant Chief Martinez has always been the one that would call me and tell me what was going on and make sure I was up to speed. And they're taking care of everything from the perspective of on the ground. They're taking care of everything from the perspective of what the public needs to know, and just on and on. These guys are very thorough, do a great job from the top to the bottom. So I'm very appreciative of you guys. Thank you very much. Okay. Okay. Public comment. The council takes public comment on all items in the regular agenda. Public input on a regular agenda item will be taken at its appropriate discussion. Public input on an item not on the agenda or consent agenda may be identified and requested for consideration by the council at this time. The council may request an item to be placed on a future agenda, and or for the consent agenda, or for a consent agenda item to be moved to the regular agenda for public comment. Before I open that up, let me walk through what's going on here today and just kind of do my best to explain how this process is going to work. There may be some who, because there was an election Saturday, are wondering why a meeting on the 14th after the 11th involves exactly the same council members that were here before the 11th, and so I want to try to walk you through that right quick, okay? The way the election works, the election is held, the votes are then counted, but then there is a legal process called the canvassing of the votes, and the canvassing of the votes for May the 11th will be handled in our meeting next week on May the 21st. So the council is currently still the council until the legal process of canvassing that vote takes place. The canvassing will take place on the 21st. The members that won clearly in the election will be seated at that time. So single member District 2 will have a new person sitting at the dais a week from now after we do the canvassing. That was Marty Self. And the single member District 4 election was also clearly won, and so single member District 4 will have a new sitting councilman after the canvassing next week, and that will be Don Vardaman. So those two gentlemen will take their seats on the 21st. those who were involved in a runoff who did not win 50% or more, that runoff election takes place on June the 15th. So under the charter or under the rules, those folks who are representing those seats will remain sitting council members and, in fact, the sitting mayor until that runoff election is held on June the 15th. We will then have a canvassing of that election, which will likely be around the 25th. I think is a Tuesday if we hold to Tuesdays. But we have until I think the 26th under the law, Wednesday the 26th. So we'll have some type of meeting and canvass the votes from the runoff election. And so at that time, you'll see a new mayor, you'll see a new person in single member District 1 and a new person in single member District 5. So, oh, and I'm sorry I left it out because it didn't jump off the page at me. We will also, during next week's meeting, canvass the votes for single-member District 6, and Councilwoman Farmer won that clearly, and so she will be reseated formally next week during that meeting. So we will have Mr. Self, Mr. Vardaman, and Ms. Farmer seated during the canvassing of the election next week, and then June 15th we'll have a runoff. Until that time, until around June the 26th, the council members are Mr. Alexander, Mr. Hirschfeld, and the mayor is yours truly. So that'll hold until we have the runoff on June 15th and the canvassing of that election, and then the players will change at that time. So back to the prayer earlier, that we all get through the different transitions and looks of this body over the next few weeks and do our business. Then that's what we're supposed to do and the duty we have, and so we'll move forward. I hope I explained that appropriately. But so you're going to see this group today, you're going to see a different group next week, and then you're going to see even a different group sometime after June the 15th. That's just the way this deal works. So, okay. So now let me open this up. Is there anything on the consent agenda or so forth that someone on the council would like to move?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move item number 2, 4, 6, and 7 to the regular agenda, please.
Okay, so I have a request to move items 2, 4, 6, and 7 to the regular agenda from the consent agenda. I also would like to ask that we take item 20 and move it to a future agenda. So just take it off the agenda completely and move it to a future agenda.
Thank you.
Okay?
And I'll make a motion to approve the agenda minus 2, 4, 6,
7,
7, and 20.
moving 20.
Okay. All right, I have a motion and a second. Any further points by council? All right, let me call for that vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries. Now let me see if there's any public comment at this time. Come on up. Mr. Ryan, I see one coming in front of you.
Craig Myers with WTOS, and
Good morning.
address council members, those who will be council members, those who may be mayor, whoever's here that might have anything to do with anything. I was privileged to sit in on the housing meetings thinking about what was going to occur in terms of the impact of the oil boom, et cetera. It seems to me that you have a full agenda. You've got things on your plate. You've got water issues. On the other hand, it would be very economically foolish to forget about the things that are ongoing that need some maintenance. And as we've mentioned several times here, about 8 years ago we had 4 neighborhoods representing a high proportion of our city that were blighted. And they aren't anymore because of the work that's been done with very little tax money that has really transformed them in ways that doesn't occur anywhere else. It just doesn't occur that way. But there's some things that are going to have to be done and some that are going to have to be maintained in order to, after we get through dealing with the oil boom impact, find that we're back where we were 8 years ago. One of these is 19th Street. I'd like to refer you to the fact that 19th Street is the only thoroughfare by which the two sides of Blackshear, the residents, get to go back and forth, and the people on the west side, it's their only means of access with a street light that allows them to get across 87 to go to the bank, to recreation in the park, to arrive at places where they can get social services, or the only grocery store that's within walking distance. If you might have noticed in the article by Casey Jones and Ken Stewart, looking at all the different areas, we've already known that the highest proportion of low-income people in San Angelo live in the Blackshear area. But I think that it was kind of startling to realize that 40% of the elderly in the Blackshear area live at or below the poverty level. Those are largely people that have grown up there, they've lived there, and they'll probably die there. With the revitalization and the new houses, there's a significant number of younger families that have moved into those new houses and the apartment complex that has been renovated, and they have a lot of kids. But being low income, that's the highest population of people who depend on foot traffic to get where they need to go. And the only way to get there is 19th Street. And there are no sidewalks on 19th Street. And it's very, very busy. 6 years ago or so, the City of San Angelo recognized that and planned to put sidewalks on the north side of 19th Street. A grant was achieved. The work was done because W2S had been doing volunteer work and survey work, and we're a bridge to that community. City staff asked that we canvass the people on one side and solicit their participation, because when they widened 19th Street, the city gave up its rights to easement there, and there was no land. They were going to have to give up their land for sidewalks. We did that, and almost unanimously the people were in favor of it. But the time consumed caused the grant time to run out, so that there was no possibility of completing it. So the money was given over to other sidewalks, which were important but not critical, north and south on Brown and east and west on 17th and 16th. Right now, traffic is increasing. Our elderly people have to walk on the sidewalks, on the street, or else they wind up on somebody's lawn and it's back and forth. It's just not safe at all. A lot of things that the city is doing are important. They're correcting inconveniences, but this is crisis to the people who live there. They don't have any other alternatives. There are 15 churches either side of 19th. People walk across, whatever. So we'd ask two things of you. One is, if you would refer to the appropriate departments a study of this again, with an eye toward coming up with the money to reestablish the process of getting a sidewalk on 19th Street, and if there is not grant money, to raise it up on the capital improvement fund so that it gets done before somebody's seriously hurt. And secondly, as you look at traffic flow and you're talking about what streets will carry it, would you please take into consideration exempting 19th Street from any of the heavy truck traffic from the oil field, because that residential area just can't handle it. So I'd answer any questions you have, but I appreciate your time and consideration. Anything?
Okay, somewhere in here we need clarity, and there's a possible issue. We'll make sure that city staff is up to speed with Mr. Bailey leaving, but the fact is there's a mill and overlay project that is approved and scheduled on 19th Street from the railroad tracks to Highway 87, which when we put that in place, we instructed that there be curb and gutter, and that we look at the sidewalk issue. So my perspective, Mr. Meyer, is that this is supposed to be a project that is approved and supposed to be happening. So I think what we need is follow-up, and so let me ask that we get that follow-up.
With Mr. Bailey leaving, I think that sometimes things get lost in the process.
So let's make sure we get the follow-up in that, because I think that we're supposed to be moving forward on this particular issue right now. The only thing you said that I'm not sure what the needs are, there's a yard or two that are west of the railroad tracks that probably already have heavy equipment. and trucks coming and going and so
Yeah,
forth. So
I'm not so much that's not problematic. That's something that exists. But if you try to go from 67, or
So
or
you're
from-
talking about if someone cuts off of Glenna Road, goes through Junius
Right.
and 19th,
Yeah.
that's what.
or they go down to like Van Buren and just cut over to the
Cut over.
bypass. That
All right.
sort
I
of.
wanted to understand what you were saying. Okay,
Yes, sir.
thanks. Okay, Mr. Ryan, did you want to speak?
Good morning, Jim Ryan. In case anyone is concerned, I intend not to endorse or advise or even mention anyone by name. But having followed local affairs as long as I have, I know what a commitment it takes to run for office. And there were moments when it seemed like we were going to have 16% of the registered voters file and run, let alone vote. I do wish we had had a better turnout. But on the other hand, we beat the heck out of San Antonio, which had less than 7%. I guess what I'm here for is I want to thank each and every one of you, all of you there and some behind me, and everyone who took the trouble to file and run. I sincerely thank you. And I think it is splendid that we have that sort of participation in San Angelo.
No, me too, thanks. Thank you. Okay. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jim Turner. Just a couple quick things. First off, I am very concerned about the process that's going through on some of the changes to the city's website. There is a domain name, sanangelotexas.us, that's been used pretty much from the beginning, at least for the last several years, and that's in everybody's address book. It is also on all the outside links that people have to content within the page. I have heard that they are getting ready to replace that with COSATX.us, something about it being more user-friendly, et cetera, et cetera. Well, the reality is there are two problems with that. First off, sanangelotexas.us is a very descriptive name that's easy to remember and is very user-friendly in its own right. COSA, Texas, you kind of have to think a lot about in order to make the connection between COSA and City of San Angelo, even though it's a very common abbreviation. There's a lot of places that use that. The second thing is there's nothing that prevents a website from having more than one address that goes directly to the same content. And the cost of maintaining a second domain name is almost negligible. It is less than the cost of a Happy Meal per year. And it makes no sense to cause the external costs and external burden on the people that deal with San Angelo to change everything when the cost of maintaining that extra domain name is probably going to be nothing because of the domain names and the business you already have. And I'm very concerned about the procedure that was done when staff didn't consult anybody outside of staff to reach this decision also. And I really think this should be brought forward at a future meeting and explain how the public is going to be involved in the city's website, online connections, and having a two-way communications channel between the city and the citizens online. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Sally Ayana, a recent candidate for Single Member District 4 City Council. I wanted to thank you all for the opportunity of giving me this chance to run for the office. And at this time, I want to congratulate Mr. Don Vardaman. I know that you just said that there's still some other things that you need to do in the future, but at this time I wanted to say it. And I want to thank all of the voters and my treasurer, Mr. Jesse Martinez, my public relation manager, my campaign advisors, the many supporters who donated to my campaign, and the tireless work from my volunteers, who includes my family, the children, my mother, and my siblings. And to Mr. Vardaman, I'm looking forward to your representing and meeting the needs of the other taxpaying voters in District 4 and within the whole city. And I want to say best wishes and thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sally.
Okay, other public comment? Outstanding. Let me move us on then to item number 2 on the consent agenda.
Morning, Mayor, Council.
Good morning. This is the consideration of awarding a bid, and it was requested that we talk about it by Ms. Farmer. So, Ms. Farmer, how about if we walk through what you're needing and let Mr. Dixon try to help us?
Works for me.
Go ahead.
I simply, since it has to do with water treatment plant, it wasn't clear in the way it appeared on the agenda that this is the existing plant or rehab of work that's being done there, or if this is on the new building. I would just like for you to start and explain what it is we're doing and what you're requesting.
This is on the existing water treatment plant. This is just one of the chemicals that we're using for the water treatment. This polymer works with the other coagulants that we use in the water treatment plant to help get rid of the suspended solids in the water as it comes in the raw water. This helps with the organic compound removals, which helps us with the trialomethane removal that's required by the state. So it is just routine chemical
maintenance
purchase.
of the existing plant.
Existing plant, yes, ma'am.
Is this amount of money in the budget?
Yes, it's budgeted
It's already in the budget.
Yes,
approved,
ma'am.
Okay. Motion to approve is presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to take on item 2 as presented. Any other comment? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's move on to item number 4. Ms. Farmer?
The consideration of approving the renewal of residential leases for the following properties, these are out at the lake, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we had a meeting a few months ago, plus I had requested meeting before last that this be discussed, the wording in the leases with reference to the percentage points in there, the proper rate. And to my knowledge, this has not come back to council to correct any past items in the lease, and I don't want to continue just approving and renewing at the same old item that was in there before we clarify that interest rate in there that has been of question. That's the reason I brought it up at this time. And Mr. Mayor, I know that you're aware of that meeting and what I'm referring to, and possibly you can guide us as to how we should handle these renewals before we get that clarification.
Okay. I guess the question first off is it the renewal as the lease has been operated under for some period of time, or is there any kind of update toward the deadline of leasing and selling and all the things that are involved out there at the lake?
Me.
We have not proceeded with an overall revision. We're working on that of the rates, but under this lease, the amendment is appropriate as it stands.
Okay, let me.
I didn't hear a word she
So is
said.
that under the existing terms of the lease prior to
Yeah.
renewal?
Same rule.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the same, so there's not been any clarification or
Okay.
change.
So, would you like to make a motion that we pull this item and look at it again and give them a little time to?
Yes, I would. I do want to pull the item, and I would like to, I know that I had suggested that I work with Alicia, excuse me, and I'm available now to work with you and to bring you up to date on the meeting as I don't know about the mayor, but I have my notes, and I'd like to meet with you this week if it's possible. And then we
I
can
will
have
look
it at
forward
next
to that.
week's meeting.
Thank you.
Okay.
That's a good idea. Okay, I have a motion to pull this item and consider it at a future agenda item.
I'll second it.
All right, I have a motion and a second to pull this and consider it at another time. Any further comment? Let me call for that vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item has been removed from the agenda, will be considered again at a future agenda. Let's go to item number 6. Ms. Farmer?
Yes, the consideration of adopting a lease authorizing the use out at Foster Communication Coliseum parking lot. I really would like some more information about this, and I'm going to explain to you what has brought this up. Saturday being Election Day, my phone rang off the hook with complaints from the existing permit or whatever was going on downtown. And as I was looking at this, I thought, I really need to know what we're leasing the parking lot out for, what kind of entertainment, what kind of business, how does it affect the neighborhoods out there since it's open air? So
Yes,
I'd like
ma'am.
some explanation.
ACT partners with Howard College and actually provides a professional truck driving course. So they would be using the Coliseum, a portion of the Coliseum, strictly for parking and for pre-truck inspection. So primarily, they've parked their semi-truck there, and they look under the hood, do their it's a course, it's a class that they're required to take through Howard College.
Okay.
And we would be leasing this parking lot to them at a rate of $50 a day.
But they don't have the same parking lot capability at Howard. I'm just worried about that kind of traffic in that particular area. You know, the very narrow street right there in front of the Coliseum, and traffic, I mean, I'm sure that Mr. Morrison can provide information as to, you're talking big 18-wheelers?
Yes, ma'am. And it's one at a time. It's not, there's several at once. We have worked with Howard College. They currently don't have a facility to do that. They're building one at the time. And this is a short-term lease contract. It's 6 months. So that's giving them enough time to complete the parking lot that they're currently constructing.
Okay.
They also conduct those things when it's not during our activity hours.
Correct. We get the schedule ahead of time to make sure it doesn't conflict with anything that we have
We're
going
not
on at the
gonna
Coliseum.
double up on any activities,
Yes, ma'am.
arts and craft fairs or anything that is going on out there.
And it does meet a need for the CDL drivers at this point, that there's a shortage.
Okay.
And right now,
That's
the
great.
closest place they can go is Abilene. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Motion to
So-
approve
okay.
as presented.
Okay, I have a
Thank you.
motion to approve as presented and a second from Mr. Hirschfeld. Do I have any other points on this before I call for the vote? Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item number 7, Ms. Farmer.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is Jamie Rainey with Howard College, and thank you very much. We do have new construction that will hopefully start this summer at Howard College, and part of those plans will be a driving range. But you have made it possible for us to train over 100 people over the last 12 months by allowing us to use the parking lot. And we definitely coordinate with Angelo about what's happening there. We don't do it in major event times, and we are very courteous. We know that we have to be, that this is really a godsend to us for y'all to allow us to do this, and we thank you very much. And so do the businesses that are hiring all those drivers. They also thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jamie.
Item number 7.
7, executing a supplemental lease out at the airport between the City of San Angelo and the United States of America. I just wanted some clarification to the public, the stuff that's going on. Is this indeed the hangar that we visited as a work group where,
Okay.
what was it called, Maycom, or whoever was out there? And what?
Amcom.
Amcom, thank you. Bicom.
It's the Quimby hangar, one of the 2 hangars that AMCOM was renting, and yeah, they're executing their right inside of the agreement to relinquish that hangar.
Who is USA?
I wish I could give you more background. I've been at the airport for about 6 weeks so far. AMCOM, I don't have a whole lot of information on that. I apologize. Lou is out of town right now. It's a branch of the government is.
AMCOM is basically
Thank you.
kind of is the Army, this is essentially run out of Fort Hood.
Okay.
Is who administers the AMCOM contract out there.
And so it's essentially the maintenance, the management, facilities management type thing. I guess that's the best words.
Okay, we're just not leasing to a foreign individual that's going to use the hangar for.
No.
I just wanted to make it clear what it was.
Right, yes, ma'am.
Motion to approve as presented.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve item 7 as presented. Any further points by council? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Let's move then to item number 8 in the irregular agenda. This is the consideration of adopting a resolution implementing the drought level 2 for the city of San Angelo following the guidelines of the Water Conservation and Drought Contingency Plan. Presentation by our Water Utilities Director, Ricky Dixon.
Morning, Mayor and Council. I was hopeful after the recent rains that I could come this morning and pull this item, but unfortunately that's not the case. So as stated in the memo, when I did this memo, we had 17.6 months of water supply currently available. As of yesterday, we're down to 17.2 months. So the trigger point for drought level 2, which is less than 18 months supply, has been reached, and we bringing this resolution this morning to adopt drought level 2 this morning. If adopted, it will be enforceable June the 1st, and we will include the surcharge billing beginning with the July billing of this year. So that's kind of where we stand.
That would be readings effective June 1st.
Right. That will be enforceable June 1st, and with the July start, that's when we will start charging with the July readings.
So any reading, again, I want to make sure
Okay.
people are clear. Any reading that happens on June 1st or after would get the surcharges.
No, those won't start till July to make sure that we have a clean month without the usage charges. If there's any rollover, because we read meters every day still, so we want to give them a month
You're
to make
correct.
sure.
I stand corrected.
So-
I got exactly what you're saying.
Okay.
It would be a meter reading effective July 1st.
That's correct.
But, so the period would start June 1st. I got you. I apologize.
Billing would be August.
I'm a little slow today.
Right, okay.
Mr. Alexander.
Ricky, I spoke with the water department several months ago and looked at programming, and I've said it to the council here at council. On the water bill, we need to be able to see how much the surcharge was. I know there's some technicalities within us that say, well, that's not a surcharge, it's an overage fee, and et cetera. But I want, when I open up my bill, to see that I was charged $42.83 surcharge for the extra water I used over 10,000 gallons, because all it appears is my bill went up, and I don't know how much I was charged for surcharge. I can't see that, and I think when I can see that, it explains why my bill's up, and it's going to encourage me to save water. That I was over. You were definitely over. Here you go. Here's how much we charged you for it, and that was extra I spent. Well, I don't want to do that again, so I'm going to start lowering my usage. So being clear like that is part of transparency.
Everything over the minimum on the drought level stage 2 that's a surcharge cost is what you want broken out on the bill?
The extra that they wouldn't have been charged if we weren't in a drought level. That's what I want to be shown. And it can be done. There's a comment box that can be programmed so that it looks at the extra charges, adds them up, sticks them in there, and then you put the verbiage in with it that you were charged this much extra because of drought level restrictions and lower usage maximums. I don't know how you explain that simply, but you can do it if you have the time to think it out.
Okay, we'll look and see if we can get it implemented by then.
Thank you.
Certainly will.
Mr. Silvas.
Ricky, a couple of things. And first of all, let me say, Mr. Hirschfield, I'm even slower than you this morning, because now the drought level 2 starts June 1.
That's correct. We're going to start enforcing the portions of drought level 2 beginning June 1.
So
those charges for drought level 1 will not start until we start reading July 1st.
That's where I'm confused.
It would only be for usage
Well-
that start, any of your usage starting June the 1st.
Here's where I think this is trying to go, and let me see if I help or hurt. But let's say you get your meter read on June the 3rd. That's reading usage from sometime in May
Okay.
up until June the 3rd. And so what they're saying is, we're not going to charge you June 1st, 2nd, and 3rd on this new rate, and May, the 20 days or 30 days of May. So what they're saying is, when that meter is read in June, it's really covering a May bill. When they read that meter the first part of July or the middle of July,
Then we
that
know.
for sure is
Right.
covering time that you were using water in June.
Gotcha.
So then what he's saying is, we're going to put this thing in effect on June the 1st. So whatever you do with your water on June the 1st, you're going to be operating under this new set of rules based on the new drought level. And we will read the meter July the 1st, and we know that water was used in June. So you're going to pay the new higher fees. That's what he's trying to say.
Now tell the public what drought level 2, quickly, what it means, because I know people have slept since then, so just very brief. Outside watering, how many days?
Okay, just a minute. I brought it with me.
God, we're going to be here till 2:30.
At least 2:30.
Am I correct that you can go to cosatx.us/water to get this information? Not saying, I'm just saying to the public, I think you can do that. I'm going to try it out.
The use of treated or raw city water for watering lawns, gardens, landscape areas, trees, shrubs, golf courses, or other plants being grown outdoors, not in nursery, shall be prohibited at all times except once every 7 days from the period of April 1st through October 31st, and once every 14 days during the period of November 1 through March 31st, except during the prohibited watering hours, which is from noon to 6. That's the big part of drought level 2. And then there's the fees for different usages.
But
So,
mainly just the
yeah.
outside watering is what I wanted people to hear.
Mr. Wilson?
Yes. And that website that I just mentioned?
Hang on, Mr.
Works.
Wilson is.
Here, Mr. Wilson.
There you go. He's asking a question about the website and how you will inform the public about what drought stage level 2. So, do you have some guidance for how the public can look up what the rules are going to be?
Yes,
Or
sir,
what they-
absolutely.
Okay.
Well, first of all, as Councilman Alexander said, we always post this sort of information very prominently on the homepage of our website. In fact, we have a link there that says water information, where hopefully you can learn anything and everything that you need to know about our water situation here in San Angelo. But in addition to that, we've already got a draft press release ready to send out after the council acts today, so that we'll alert our media immediately. We'll obviously use all the other avenues at our disposal, which is our Facebook, our Twitter pages, and we'll post something on SATV, cable channel 17, and we'll look to do some sort of video that we can post on YouTube and on our cable channel as well. So we'll simply use all of the avenues at our disposal to alert the public here in the next couple of weeks, so that they'll know that effective June 1st, that these are what the restrictions are.
Okay, thank you. Further questions or comments on this?
Motion to approve?
I have a motion to approve and a second. Do I have any further comment from council? Do I have public comment on this item before I call for the vote? Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we are now entering drought level 2. It'll be effective June the 1st. The readings in July will show what you used in June, and any appropriate surcharges will take place at that time. Next item is item number 9. This is the discussion and possible action on matters related to the City of San Angelo Animal Shelter spay, neuter, assistance, and adoption subsidy programs. There are items A, B, and C. We have a presentation by our Health Services Director, Sandra Villarreal.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. Again, good morning. We are here to present and to hopefully get approval of a couple of programs that are designed to basically increase the number of live releases through an adoption subsidy program, and hopefully decrease the number of animals euthanized at the shelter through a spay-neuter assistance program. Hopefully, we can get them spayed and neutered out there. There'll be less coming into the shelter, and hopefully that will bring our euthanasia rates down. First of all, I want to kind of go through some statistics. The first couple of slides are for last calendar year, 2012. Here are our intake numbers, owner surrendered and stray, excuse me, which brings us a total of 9,857 abandoned or unwanted animals. But the total intake was actually 10,113, includes wildlife, and any of those that are we had to seize for whatever reason, cruelty and things like that. So that's our total intake for last year. Excuse me. And I just want to point out that this does include adoptable and unadoptable animals. We don't really have a grouping for these are not adoptable, so they're just all together. Just wanted to point that out. Our outcome numbers, as you can see there, adoptions, euthanasias, owner redemptions, the owners went back to get their animals, dead on arrival, died in custody, and miscellaneous wildlife, we got transferred out, or we basically take wildlife elsewhere. But a total outcome of 9806. Now that will not match your intake because this basically months are overlapping, so they just kind of overlap, and so we may have some that we had to put down that were from December and vice versa. So, and all of these are from our Pet Point shelter management system. It's a software that we started using probably in the last year and a half, so it's been relatively good for us. Now here's just a snapshot. The next 3 slides are a snapshot of a month, and I just took March numbers. I started doing this in January, so we get a little bit more detailed information. Our intake for March was 641, and you can see the breakup, cats and dogs, miscellaneous, others, pigs and horses and all of that. And now this is just kind of something that we can give, and the next 3 slides, and I want to point out that these statistics have been offered to rescues because they believe that if we can give them a little bit more numbers, they might be able to use them for educational purposes and for funding and all of that. So this is just a breakup, and we were able to do that. And basically, we can try to use this to target, either compliant or, target ordinance violations or any kind of educational programs or anything like that based on zip codes. So that just kind of gives you a breakdown there. And also,
I was going to ask, do you get the exact address of the dog, where it came from?
Sometimes we will.
There is a program that's free as long as you don't go over 2,500 locations called Batch Geo. And you can load that in. It just uploads, and bam, it shows you the location of everything. You make orange dogs and blue cats, and it'll show you just real quick, just looking where everything's coming from. Mm-hmm. Even more accurate.
That would be good too. And I didn't think about that, but even our GIS might be able to do something like that. So, if we wanted to maps and things like that, colors, we could probably do that.
That'd be good.
So. And this is just something that we can get, breed specifics, and this kind of gives you an idea. Of course, we get a whole lot more, but these are basically 10 and over, and you can definitely Chihuahuas and Pits and Terriers are our highest numbers, and those are really a typical month, and almost every month you see about the same things. So I know one of the rescues pointed out that there's funding that's breed specific, so we can make this available to anybody if they need that, if some of the rescues want to go out for funding for themselves, so that's just something that we can also do for them. And here is our euthanasia history for March. And I just want to point out that it's actually not all due to time and space. A lot of that is really medical or more feral and adoptable animals that we cannot, or it just might, anyway, they just are not as adoptable as your regular fluffies and, nice temperament dogs. But you can see that cats and dogs, aggression, obviously, your feral cats, and medical needs. URI is an upper respiratory infection, gets really bad, noses, eyes, and things like that. And so that's just a snapshot of March.
Excuse me.
Yes, ma'am.
What is time space?
The time and space, basically, we just needed to make space. And they had been there too long, and so.
We have more
that's-
animals than we can fit
Yeah,
in
and so
this
basically, that's actually the number that we might really want to target for our adoption subsidy program. Some of these others, maybe not, or if maybe somebody wants to adopt one that's not necessarily that medically, they're just not that bad. They might need some vet care, but we can't afford to do that. They might be able to adopt them, but the great majority are for sickness and stuff. But that time and space is the one that we really should target more so than anything, because those are the ones that they could have found a home and they're adoptable, but we just don't have the space. And so that's what that is, time and space.
Sandra, couple of questions. One, explain the too. I know what too young means, but explain that, and then also how close are you working with some of these other organizations as far as getting pets
Too
adopted?
young is probably a litter of kittens that came in with no mother, and they're like itty bitty, and they just cannot survive. I mean, it's just very hard to keep them alive unless, you're manually feeding and all of that, and that's also going to take a lot of staff time.
So people just drop them off and you don't even know where they come from.
A lot of times, no. We've got those side cages, and those are full every morning. We fill, we
That's sad.
clean them up at night, and they're full every morning. And people just drop them off from the front. I found these, and whether they are theirs or not, it's like, well, here they are. So we have animals coming from the front, through the garage, through the guys, the officers, the side cages. Sometimes just dropping them off outside at night or something, and so they're just roaming out there. So, we've seen somebody just drop them out of a car and just throw them out.
And
so.
where are your numbers on the animals that are killed out on the road? Are there?
Dead on arrival, that's not here. That's actually on the monthly report.
But that's a high number, if I remember the last
Dead
time.
on arrival, typically, gosh, I can't remember.
It was on a previous slide.
I remember something like 300 a month.
Yeah, it's typically 2 to 3. Yeah, but it's not here. It's a monthly report, and
Okay,
it's
that's
not
fine.
this one. It's the monthly report that we send out. But yeah, it's between 200 or 300 dead on arrivals, or take it back.
It's in there.
25.
Right there. It's right there,
25 there. Now, 20 dead on arrivals. The guys basically picked them up, and then they just kind of died en route or something like that, or they had been hit by a car or something. Now, 1045 cats, meaning dead pickups, they're just on the side of the road. That's a different story. That's not actually
In the number report.
Yeah.
Okay.
One of the saddest things I experienced on my first trip out there was seeing Julie euthanize one of those. It was a big, beautiful collie, and it was just, it was sad, and just.
It's sad.
It goes limp and it's gone. So.
It is very sad. So we want to try to bring that number down.
Thank you.
And so we are proposing, and hopefully, get your blessing on a couple of programs. Our first one is the spay neuter assistance program. Now, we do have a current spay neuter assistance program. We have no funds in there, but our current program, I'm kind of revising this, so let's just go through this, and then I can kind of tell you what is changing from what we currently are doing on the program. On this one, the spay neuter assistance program is actually including people not receiving public assistance. Our current one says you have to be receiving public assistance. So in this case, I have two different eligibility, basically, requirements, either on public assistance or someone who just qualifies based on their income, not necessarily receiving public assistance. So we're adding that instead of just the one eligibility. Also, we are limiting the number of vouchers to 2. Oftentimes, people would take 10 or 20 just because, and so they would hold them and hold them and hold them, and then all of a sudden, we're thinking that, they've all been, and that's what happened. We basically had to pay someone, and we ran out of money because they had been holding vouchers for a long time. And so we want to limit them, and that also gives more people the opportunity to also, go ahead and take advantage of the program. And we're going to, basically, the program right now, what we're thinking is we're going to sell them second to the last week of the month, and then they will be good for 2 months only. And that way, that does allow a lot of time for people to go ahead and get their animals spayed or neutered. And of course, it's subject to funds.
Do you do an accounting of the vouchers redeemed? Meaning if somebody takes 2 and they actually don't use them, do you do an accounting that you let out 100 of them and only 80 of them were utilized, so then that leaves a balance of 20?
I don't believe that was being done before, and we're going to have to up our accounting system. What we were doing is how many funds do we have, but there was never this is how much we sold. And a lot of them were even done before we even got there, and they were just, I still have this voucher, There was no end date to it, basically.
Right.
Kendall,
But I think the
plan in the new formula was to put an end date. You have to use this voucher between this time period, or it's no longer good.
And my point on that is that if if we're allocating X dollars for this for 100 vouchers or whatever that is, then and there's only been so many redeemed, then we have a balance that we could put into the next one or something.
Yeah. And our accounting system will definitely be better, and it will be improved.
Yeah, those vouchers themselves, as we talked about, will have that date. It is valid between this date and this date. If you don't use it, then
you get my point of what I would like to see.
Yeah, no, we do need better accounting, and we do realize that. And in this particular case, we actually have 5 participating vets that have they've offered to go ahead and be on the program, where currently we only have 2. So that's really a good thing. We've got 3 more that are willing to go ahead and honor the prices, and so that's a good thing. Now the cost, and you've got two different levels there. If someone, actually there will be no cost for the surgery itself. The cost will be if the person needs a rabies and a city tag. And so that's the difference there on that number 1. And 25 with no proof of current rabies and city tag. So it just all depends on what the need is of the client.
And who would administer the $0 or $25? The city or the vet?
The vet bills us for the surgery.
So the vet would either...
The vet bills us for the surgery, or the surgery, the city tag, and the rabies, and we pay the vet.
Okay, but my question is, if somebody gets a voucher and the cost for the voucher is nothing, correct? Okay, but if I don't have current rabies or city tags, then it will cost me $25, correct?
Correct.
Who administers the $25 or the $0?
We do.
The city.
Okay.
So
again,
you go in and you pay me $25.
My question comes in, and again, I'm just trying to find. I think it's a great program. I just don't want to have loopholes on this where I've got one dog and I keep showing up with that one that's got that, and then it's.
Now the application actually asks for a name, so there's got to be a name of your pet, and the application itself. There's questions, so we want to actually make sure that, yes, it's a different dog. And even the vet should know that it's a different dog. So
yeah, if those
the
come
vet's
through
not
the
going
city,
to charge us.
if the animal's adopted at the shelter, we currently usually transport that animal, so the money changes. So if they come in and they want an animal that's at the city, they're going to have to pay that. If they don't have tags and all that front, they'll have to pay the $25 up front, so that we'll have that in hand. We won't be out of those dollars. If it's a scenario where they already own the pet and they aren't currently licensed or those kind of things, then, in my opinion, it would be up to the vet to receive those dollars, because he's the one doing those things. Or they come and pay the city.
Okay, and then maybe one caveat on that is to ensure that for a vet to redeem this, that they have to
show proof they've got it.
Show proof that it is that they have rabies, current rabies, and a city tag.
Well, we actually will ask for proof
So you'll
at the
ask for
shelter.
that up front.
I
before you
understand, but
release
when the vet does the procedure.
We'll put a note, Kendall, to make sure that we clarify, to make sure that those things are in place before we issue or redeem funds.
It's just an accountability to ensure that the vouchers are used properly. We want them to be used. I think it's a great program. Just want it to be used appropriately and properly.
Okay. Okay. Now, this particular case, and this is different from the current, is that the current one states you have to live in the city limits. So this one, based on population, we want to open it up to the county. There's a lot of county folks that go and drop off animals as well. And so we want to open up 15% of whatever funds to county based on population. Since it's 15 and 85%, population breakup, we want to also do that for the funds. And so that's the difference between this particular amended SNAP and the current one that we are using right now.
And based on that, you're suggesting that is the percentage of animals that we get in from the county. As you know, we take them from anywhere. So the goal is those animals are affecting us, regardless of whether they're in the city or not. We have not approached the county yet at this point to see whether they want to participate or not. That's something we can do. And where she's proposing these funds come from are through donation dollars. So it's not necessarily at this point a request of city dollars.
I'll do it.
So that's why she's including the county at this point. But we may want to approach them to see if they want to contribute as well.
Yeah. And I do want to point out that the SNAP program is for someone who already owns their animal. It's not for an animal that's in the shelter. It's not for an adoption or redemption. It's someone who owns an animal out there. So do want to point that out. So anyway, that's the spay-neuter assistance program.
Why do we sell the SNAP vouchers on the second to the last week of the month? Let me tell you what that sounds like. It sounds just like city government or government. If there's something in, and you go, why? So you gotta wait. What it is really though, when somebody wants to spay their animal, it's a impulse decision. In marketing, we talk about that. I mean, cars are impulse buys. You just decide to do it because we need to get it done, and so you just got to do it. And if it's not the second to the last week of the month, the city's going to say, "Oh, come back." What? People don't do that.
Yeah, we're trying to make it easier, is all. But I mean,
the real concern in that regard was that our staff, we're not overstaffed out there to begin with. So we have a lot of traffic come in and out all the time, phones, so forth. Additionally, and in order to do what Kendall is saying, where you have a set time, we've issued X number of vouchers this month, and those are good for whatever period of time, a 2-month period. It sets clear end and start dates. So that the effort was not, and I hear what you're saying, it was not designed at making it the easiest for the public coming in to get the voucher. It was designed at trying to make their traffic load and their end and start of vouchers to be easier. But we can review that and see
But
if
why
there's a way.
not say we have 200 vouchers a month, starting the first day of the month. We're going to give these vouchers out, first come, first serve, and when they're out, they're out. And then say, hey, first of next month, come back, there's 200. That's so easy to remember. Second to the last week, seems like we're going to try to make this as difficult as possible to memorize.
We'll put a note on that, and we'll review it and see if there's a way to make it.
And I'm just saying that from a person out there just who could almost care less, but they just got this little thought in their head that they might do it, and so they call, and then they got to memorize, first of the month. It's just people don't do that stuff. They don't go through all those hoops, and we know they don't.
Point we'll take. We'll see what we can do.
Okay. Yeah, we can fix that. Okay. The next one is an adoption subsidy program, brand new. That's just something, we're thinking that maybe that will encourage people to go out to the shelter and adopt if we give some kind of subsidy and some financial assistance. And of course, again, to decrease the number of euthanasia. And this one basically is open to anybody because what we're doing is we're trying to get some of these animals out. And so, again, you can see those 5. I mean, and this is just an example for this particular program, but we can always add something else later. Anyway, we want to try to adopt maybe senior special needs animals. Someone wants a puppy, but maybe there's an older animal that's really a good dog. And so we say, we'll give you 50% off of this animal. Would you be willing to? So that's the intent of that. Bonded pair, a lot of times animals come in pairs. They're together, and they've been running around together, so we want to try to keep them together. So we give, again, an incentive for someone to take both of them instead of one. An extended day stay, 20, if an animal's been there 20 days or more, and it's still a good, that's that time and space one. So if it's been there for a long time and it's still a good adoptable animal, say, well, we'll give you an incentive to take this one. Feline cats, oftentimes we have a lot of cats, and so we say, okay, we want to offer this month, something like that. And so,
Sandra, help me with what 50% off would be.
well, I'm just saying 50% off the adoption rates. $85 for dog, $50 for cats. It'd be half. So it'd be half.
Yeah, it's basically entering a retail approach to some of these things.
Mm-hmm.
What I was trying to understand is how much. There's a fine line. There's different things to think through there, and there's a fine line going on where you want to adopt out as many pets as you can. That's a good idea. You, at the same time, you want to pay for the processes that are going on to the best of your ability, and also you need to charge enough that you don't get the animal back. I mean, there's got to be some real buy-in. The way if you give me something, it doesn't mean as much to me as it does if I've got skin in the game.
And
so that's why I was asking how much.
And it doesn't have to be 50%.
I know, and your number wasn't terrible. That's fine. That's why I wanted to hear what it was. Okay, but I think in a way you could say on Thursdays, the second to the last week of the month,
between 1:30 and 16,
we're gonna give away pets. But you'll get a bunch of them back, and that's where I'm coming from. Somebody's gotta have some skin in the game. The way I would, and I've done a fair amount of the foster adopting over the years and so forth. And when we go get an animal and then find a home for it, I find that if we don't get some kind of skin in the game, we get the animal back as a foster adopter. So all I'm saying is I have some sensitivity to that while you're thinking through what you're going to do.
What is y'all's feel? I mean, this is part us getting information back from y'all. This is an item. So do you like 50? Do you like 75?
Well, I like retail, so I like the idea of trying to do some things. This one's been here 20 days. I don't want to euthanize it. I like things that have real guidelines to them, though, because this one's red and white spots and cute, and so I'm going to treat it one way, and this one's not cute to me. I'm going to treat it a different way. Is something I think we need to be careful about. So I like the idea that you would come up with a framework that you go by, is all I'm saying. And again, as long as there's real skin in the game, so you don't end up with the animal back, that's part of what was on my mind.
I have one question. Sandra, I think this is definitely a step in the right direction. But my question is, what qualifies me as an unapproved applicant? How do I not?
Julie could probably answer that more.
Or Julie, how? You says approved adoption application, but what makes me an unapproved applicant?
We have an adoption application now. There's several pages on it. There's various questions that ask questions such as, what is your address? Do you own or do you rent? Do you live in an apartment complex? All those are valid questions. What kind of fence do you have? Do you have a chain link fence or do you have a wooden privacy fence? If so, how tall is it? For one, if you live in an apartment complex, some complexes don't allow certain breeds or any dog that's over 25 pounds, so on and so forth. We do call on those. We check and make sure that they really do own, if they say they own, and all that kind of thing. If we see that they have 5 dogs at home and none of them are spayed or neutered, and they ask me, well, why can't I get this dog out unaltered? Those are red flags.
Okay.
So
Just
Yeah,
wondering.
good question. Good answers to good questions.
If they're wanting to adopt a husky and they have a 4-foot chain link fence, that's a ladder. That's not a fence. That dog is just going to scale it. So we
That's a
counsel
ladder.
on those kind of things and tell them, okay, you're going to need an electric fence at the top and bottom, and go through all that stuff.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Morrison and then Mr. Alexander.
How long do we keep an animal before we euthanize them?
There is not a set number of days. It all depends on the temperament of the animal, how much space we have, availability, whether that animal's sick, whether it's injured, whether it becomes kind of agitated that it's in a cage, that kind of thing. There's just different scenarios that come up. Some dogs, we have to keep them there longer, and then they become nice. After they've been there a while, they come in really nasty, and then they turn nice, so then they become adoptable. Others, not so much.
I've heard the horror stories of these dogs that are brought in and then 72 hours later.
No, sir, that's incorrect.
I've heard the horror stories. People have called me. Who's correct or not, I don't know, but that's.
I understand. I deal with those phone
calls.
calls every day. But no, it's not an automatic 72 hours and you're out the back door. We hang on to them as long as we can.
What I'm thinking about is that 20 days. If you've got a dog that you're going to, or cat that you're going to euthanize in a week, then, for the lack of a better term, put him on the markdown program and get rid of him. But I don't like to see these animals euthanized. They're good, healthy animals.
We don't either. That's why we're
looking for options.
Trying this.
That is one of the problems I had 2 years ago when we made tremendous increases in the price, in the adoption fees. I felt that I didn't feel that it would be good for the animal. I felt that the animal would have too much skin in the game.
Right, we just have to cover the
euthanize animals that we
cost.
cannot adopt. So this concerns me that our adoption rate is so high, and we've got it so high we can't adopt them out, and now we're having to come up with discount programs to move them.
But the data doesn't say that anyway. The data says we adopt out the same number that we always did, on a real basis and on a percentage basis. So the raising of the fees didn't do a thing to the number of animals that get adopted. That doesn't mean this is a bad idea. What it says, the data is the data, and the data says that we adopt out basically the same number we always did. So raising the fees didn't do a thing to deter people from adopting animals. That doesn't mean, though, that retail psychology doesn't work, and retail psychology does work. That's why JCPenney just got through letting somebody go that doesn't understand it. And so I think the idea of, if I've got a pair here, I want you to, if you'll pay full price for this one, I'll give you that one for half price if you'll keep them together. Those kinds of things work. People are psychological beings. Mr. Alexander.
Okay. On the retail, the 20 days also, it caught my attention as well. I don't want to wait 20 days. Here's what I want to do. I want to set boundaries and get out of your way so that you guys can be creative, think about these things, try things. Some things work, some things don't. You always need to be trying something to see what works, what doesn't. In 20 days, that's quite a time to wait before you can discount a dog. I don't want any discount or days. I don't care about that. What I care about is establishing a limit, and 50% may be a little high. 40%, it's just, it's a lot of discount. 40% is a lot. It's not 50%. There's a different psychology there. But I would say 40%. No higher. Does not matter how many days they've been there. Y'all figure that out, what works, and try lots of things and see what works. Because what it gives you is a reason to advertise. Hey, today we're going to do this, and you have to post it on Facebook or whatever you're doing. If you don't have anything new, people don't pay attention. But when you start posting specials, people start watching closer. They keep watching because next time you have a special, they're going to go in there and look. You see what I'm saying? So if you can play around with that, you'll figure out what works, what doesn't.
Okay, and also I heard what you said differently than some others up here are hearing it. The extended stay, 20 days or more, that was a number drawn out of the air. It's really a time and space issue. What you're saying is when we're full, and we've got some adoptable animals that we're about to have to euthanize, we'd like to be able to discount some of those animals that have been there the longest. And so that already gives them, but Paul, that already gives them a lot of flexibility.
Good. If you were to have a standard that we're going to discount this dog 30% when he's within 2 days of us having to euthanize it, people walk in and look for those discounts, that dog's going to be euthanized. And it's 30% off. That's the one.
That's what they're saying.
If you'll be consistent in some things, you're trying things, but be consistent on some things like that, and it'll work.
Well, and find out what works and what doesn't, and do the things that work again and again until they quit working, and they won't work forever. Ms. Farmer.
Mr. Mayor, I heard somewhere in the conversation that we're euthanizing about the same amount as we did 2 years ago. I mean, that number hasn't changed. It's not more, it's not less. That is correct?
Percentage-wise, yes. I want to say that our highest, if I remember correctly,
Microphone.
2009.
Speak in the mic.
Sorry, if I remember correctly, it was like 2009 or something. We euthanized like 11,000, but I think we also brought in a a few more animals than what we did.
I wanted to compare that,
percentage-wise.
though, what you're doing now versus the number of animals you took in 2 years ago and that you took in 5 years ago. Where are we? Are we running the same all the time? Are we increasing by taking in more animals, or are we taking in less? Because that throws me back to an education program.
We're taking in about the same. I'm just going back to that 2009 when I like remember that we had the highest rate. 1 month it was like really high, but we also had a few more animals.
And in
come
2009 was a very
2009.
tough economical year, so people gave up their animals because they couldn't feed them or
So
take care of them.
Now it's kind of like staying relatively.
And it's very similar
even.
to what you see in Abilene and other
Mhm.
places. So yes, it's stayed
Yeah.
fairly consistent.
I went to Abilene last week, and they took in last year took in 13,000. Of course, they have a higher population, so we're roughly about the same. They euthanized probably a little bit less because they had a little bit higher adoption, but not by much. Now, what they do is they have like a 20%, $20 subsidy off of their voucher. I mean, they have a voucher system. But that 20% is actually paid by a rescue. So you have to do these things, and then you send in the requirements, and then the rescue will give you that $20 back.
Well, you know,
But
we
here we're
have the
trying to
Channel
do this in the
17.
city.
For advertising purposes, I don't see what the problem would be in finding some time on space on an adopt a pet on the spot, and have a picture of that animal that's over your 20-day stay, before we euthanize.
And Anthony Wilson and Brian, they did that. We did that about a month or so ago with Julie, and, that animal went within hours.
See, I
And
would like to
so
see us have a
it's just-
program in there
it's
to
just a
continue
matter
doing that.
Continuing
They've been
to do that.
experimenting with those things, and that's why we're
Okay.
kind of filling you in on those things. But yes,
Next.
we agree.
Oh, sorry.
Sandra, let me ask real quick while you go
Sure.
next. I assume our incinerator is still not in operation?
Our incinerator is not in operation, and it will not be in operation unless we get
So
a
we're
new
just,
one.
the ones we euthanize, we're hauling them off to the landfill?
Mhm.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Number 3.
Okay. So, the question is potential funding. How can we fund some of these programs? Right now, we actually have no money in our SNAP program. We have been collecting, which is that last one down there, cans for change. Change comes in cans, not cans. We are collecting aluminum cans out at the shelter. We've collected since, I believe, February, like a little over $500, $600. Not a whole lot, but it's in our 601 SNAP account. We do have that donations account, so public donations are always welcome. I did go, through private funding, I did go and speak to Matt Lewis with the Era Foundation and possibly starting up a fund. I need $10,000 to set up a fund for the shelter for these programs. I'm making a personal donation to that, but I can't come up with $10,000. So that's something that we'll be working on towards doing that. Possibly seek general fund transfers through council. And basically that's it. Now, I do want to ask the seeking council approval to permanently include a request on the water bill. I have spoke with Mary Cleveland, and we can put a small sentence in that little box in our water bill to basically alert the people that go to our city's website and get some more information. Now, she also, she and I were trying to work this out. We do have a new web system, so it's a possibility that we at some point might be able to make donations online, but also she said that there might be a possibility to allow someone to print out like a voucher or something like that, and then actually add that to the water bill, and she could try to transfer it into a different account. So we can do something like that on the water bill, and so that's actually approval that I might like today, to get that sentence put into that water bill to just alert the people that we are taking donations for these, and to just alert them of the web, or just advise them to go to the website for more information. So those are just different options, and I would like to get permission to go ahead and seek other funding. There are grants out there that might not take any financial commitment from the city, but that we might be able to apply for. So.
I think those are the big two things Sandra would like. One is we'd like to try and start that water bill program where people make it easy for people to have the ability to donate toward this SNAP program. And also she has found some grant opportunities that have no matching funds. So allowing council to authorize her to seek those out, and if they require no grant, any matching funds or commitment from the city, that she can apply for those.
Okay, I'm seeking a motion on the grant writing.
Motion to approve the
Sec-
proposal.
Okay, I have a motion from Mr. Hirschfeld and a second from Mr. Silvas to grant you permission to seek grants that require no extra activity from the city or extra funding from the city. So is there any other question on that item?
Well, I have a comment.
Okay.
We're not fully in tune with how to get money or do money. We have city tags that are required, but I heard something like 5% of the dogs or cats that are going in and out of vet offices have a city tag. And so there's something just really wrong there. And I've brought up several times, the city tags could be the microchip. Could be. I realize there's some that's owned by a different company, but there's still a number there that we can register on our website, that we can take money for the city tag online. And we could do lifetime, we could do yearly, monthly, we could do whatever. We could set it up and start getting funds in. And in return, what we will do is put these little scanners with does the dog catcher carry a scanner?
We don't know.
No.
Okay, if they did, they could scan the dog and say, whoa, call it in, call the number in, and say, well, that belongs to Paul Alexander over there on Beverly Street, give the address, and they bring my dog back to me instead of taking it to the shelter. That's a service I get for having city tags. Well, I want that service, and so I'll pay for it, and now you're making money. We've got to get into that so that you guys have money to operate, to improve the shelter, to do things like this. We are not collecting our fees, and that is a shame, because it's paralyzing us from creating better services and doing things beneficial to the shelter.
Okay. Other comment on the motion before I call for a vote?
On that.
On the motion.
Okay.
I'll move us to other things and give you plenty of opportunity
Okay.
to talk about things, okay?
Okay,
I'm
'cause I
just
like the
trying
oth-
right now, I'm just trying to get a motion pushed through for a vote, up or down,
On the
grant
the
writing,
grant writing,
okay?
right.
Does that include, when you were talking about a special box on the water bills?
Not yet.
Not
I
yet.
think we
Okay.
have to make a
Just-
motion.
All
Just
I'm
checking. Oh,
after
it's a
is,
C. You're on
all I'm
C.
after is the grant writing.
Okay.
Okay. Do I have public comment on the grant writing? Okay. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. The second item that she was asking for a motion on was a motion to allow a process of advertising, if you will, on the water bill. And so is there someone with appetite
I
for
will
that?
make that motion to add some kind of, like you were talking about, that one line. And not only ask for it, it doesn't necessarily have to be $1. I can give however many dollars I want to give. So I like that idea. You've got
Feed
30.
the animals.
Yeah, 30,000 water meters out there, whatever it is, including commercial. If I want to give $10, that's so be it. So.
But
Okay.
I would like to be set up, I want to give $3 a month. I want to call the water department, I want $3 a month tagged to my bill forever, until I say otherwise. Because it's a little amount, but
And I'll work with
Is your
Mary on
motion
that
to
one.
permanently do this, or is your motion to try this for a while and see what it does?
Are you asking me?
Yes,
So
sir.
I'm making the motion just to put a one-liner with no set dollar amount, okay? Just whatever I want to give, I'll give.
Right. Mr. Silvas, it says seeking council approval to permanently include an animal shelter donation request on the water bill.
Yes.
And
yes.
actually, it may be worded wrong, because according to Mary, we don't have a lot of space in that little box. So she's saying, if you would like to donate to the SNAP program or something, go to the website, and then we can give them some more information, but we're always seeking donations for that. Now, she might be able to, and we're going to work out these kinks, that at some point, we will be able to either do this online or on the water bill by printing out some kind of receipt or something and then adding it along with the water bill when you send it in.
I think this is a very good idea, but I think there's a whole lot more work that needs to be
Actually,
Yeah,
done.
there
what
is
we
some
have
work.
typically
There is
done
work.
is that they may have different statements that need to go on that bill at different times. There may be some sort of announcement that goes. So this goes on and off over a period of time. Permanent is probably good, but it doesn't mean it's going to be on there every
Well,
bill.
but the point I'm making, that's my whole point. I don't think it
No.
should be permanent.
It's
I
gonna
think
go
you
on
should
and
be
off.
given
There you
permission
go.
to try this and see if it works. You know, you see what I'm saying, Mr.
It's the
Silvas?
same thing we've
You
done
guys
with the
put this
Parks
on there, see if
Department.
you get any donations, see if you get any activity, see if you don't, quit it. You know, if you do, then when you can do it again, do
That
it
makes
again.
sense, yeah.
And so, but anyway, so.
Maybe not the permanent,
Yeah.
but at least try it once every
Trial period.
3 months,
Right.
every
Okay.
2 months. Or
And we'll work out the
you're,
kinks
you're
with
making
Mary.
a motion to give them the ability to use the water bill to try to raise funds for the shelter donation
yes.
request program. Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
Are you saying the permanent parts? I need clarification.
Hang on just a second. I have a motion and I have a second from Mr. Morrison. So I have Mr. Silvas, Mr. Morrison. Now, what I'm looking for is comments. Mr. Alexander.
Clarification on the permanents. The ask for the donation is not permanent. Or do they have the permission to
Neither is
set up a
permanent.
permanent?
Neither
No.
is permanent.
No, right.
Permanent is being removed.
Exactly.
Unless they bring it back. I mean, they can, he gave them permission to use the water bill as they see fit for marketing. If it works, they keep doing it. If it doesn't
Right.
work, they quit doing it. That's what he did.
They're going to do better if they ask for a permanent. Just saying. They
We'll
will
bring
do
it back.
Way
If
better.
it's working, it'll be permanent.
Let's
It
do
may
a trial
come on and
run.
off, but it'll go on a regular basis.
Yeah,
It'll be-
let's do a trial run and then go for it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Do I have any other comments? Do I have public comment on this item? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, I have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to 1 vote, Ms. Ramirez. Okay, you got the two things you asked for. Otherwise, I think you got guidance.
I think we're good.
Okay? I don't think the rest of these need to come up for a vote today because there was a lot of, why don't you think
Right.
about this and think about that. Thank you very much. Okay?
Time.
Folks, let me take you into a break, okay? It's 10:36. I'll try to get us going again around 10:50. Call the meeting to order and then start us with item number 10, please. This is the discussion and consideration of approving a petition requesting annexation. We have a presentation today by our Interim Director of Development Services, A.J. Favre.
Good morning, Mayor, Council. This item was presented to you back in April, so it will look familiar to you. Due to the changes in the meeting dates, we have had to redraw the schedule for this annexation. So we're simply asking you today to go ahead and take action on the petition as you've done before, understanding that the schedule does deviate from the original schedule that you approved for us. This property, again, is in far southwest San Angelo, just east of the city limits, and actually just west of an acreage, just under 9 acres that you annexed to the city back in March. This is a sizable property. It's just under 25 acres. So in the picture that you have here, this strip here is the 9-acre section you've already made finalized, and this section here is the section with which you directed staff to send a letter to the owner of that property, making them aware of the annexation proceedings. So the annexation schedule that has been altered in order to meet the requirements of the local government code is shown on the slide here. We would kick off with the first public hearing in June and finish with the second reading of that ordinance if it is approved by the council in August of 2013. So again, we're just asking you to approve this updated schedule, and we will proceed with the annexation accordingly.
Motion to approve the petition and the timetable as presented.
Thank you.
I'm learning.
You got it.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve the timetable, the petition and the timetable as presented. Any further questions or comments from council? Any public input on this item? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 11, this is the first public hearing and consideration of approving Planning Commission's recommendation of a zone change from ranch and estate to light manufacturing. And we have a presentation from our interim senior planner, Jeff Hintz.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. This is a request for a zone change. Originally, the request was for heavy manufacturing. Mr. Muller went before the Planning Commission and stated he would be agreeable to the light manufacturing, and Planning Commission went ahead and recommended that. Just to familiarize with the area, this is one of the properties that was annexed in December of 2011 and was zoned ranch and estate by default. Per 303 in the zoning ordinance. They're now looking to get this changed to manufacturing to encompass several of the activities in the Chaparral Industrial Center. 6 notices were sent for this particular request. None were received back from us. You can see MH Morgan Trail, and UPS is one of the more prominent businesses in this area. There's a tire retailer in this area as well. Just an aerial photo of it. The National Guard is just to the north. The vision plan map is calling for industrial, so it is consistent with that goal within the comprehensive plan. Just some site photos of the area showing some of the businesses on what's around there. Planning Commission did follow the recommendation of staff to modify that to light manufacturing from the original request of heavy. And if there's any questions on the recommendation, I can certainly elaborate further if you'd like.
Motion on this item?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
I have a motion from Mr. Morris and a second from Mr. Silvas to approve as presented. Do I have any other questions or comments from council? Do I have public input on this item? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item number 12. This is the first public hearing and consideration of introducing an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A. This is item number Z13-13 concerning David and Pam Hilton. And we have a presentation by our Interim Director of Development Services, A.J. Favre.
This request is, in fact, yes, for a historic overlay. I will mention that the property owners actually initiated this request. It was not a city-initiated historic overlay request.
Okay.
And they've worked very closely with our Historic Preservation Officer, Barbara Hesse, to form the staff recommendation on this. We did send out 25 notifications as required by state law. We did not receive any either in favor or in opposition of the request. The property is in north central San Angelo, and it's just southwest of the intersection of Poe and Prizer Street. If you know this neighborhood, you know that there are a variety of historical homes throughout this area. Here's an aerial photograph of the site. And here are a couple of pictures looking from North Poe and Prizer at the subject property. As you can see, there's been some substantial renovations to this home to preserve it in the historic manner that it was built. The planning staff, of course, does recommend approval. We found that of the criteria outlined in Chapter 12 of the zoning ordinance, it does meet all of those criteria. And the Design and Historic Review Commission also unanimously recommended approval by a 5-0 vote back in April. If you have any questions, I can get into those
I have
now.
one question about your map. Could you
Yes.
take a look? Keep going. Would you explain that L shape?
This is simply drawn based on the ownership parcel. So sometimes ownership parcels don't naturally match up with the platted lots. This home here was sold to someone else. And historically, that was done by meets and bounds, not by lot and block. So what you're seeing is simply that this property owner owns property all the way to the alley, whereas this property owner has bought a section of that lot and block for their own personal use. And that, again, is a historical development. We don't see that so much these days.
And they applied for that entire section?
Well, they're actually applying for it for the structure, but we apply it through the tax appraisal district by parcel. So as the taxes are figured on an annual basis, they figure it by the parcel ID number.
Okay, but those are two parcels, aren't they?
This is actually one ownership ID, one ownership parcel. If you owned 3 lots of property that were all platted separately, you could conceivably have one tax ID number for all 3. It makes it a little easier for the individual that's paying those taxes.
And I think this possibly is where the mayor is going, is that what if in the future that that homeowner down there that's in that bottom part of the L, they end up buying that small section just to add to their, and they make that transaction. Now all of a sudden, he can't do anything out there on this vacant piece of land because it's historic.
No. Actually, the historic overlay will simply provide protection for that particular home. The reason that we categorize it by parcel ID is because we are not involved in the tax incentives portion of it. That's done by the appraisal district. So they will update the tax ID numbers accordingly. But if this were brought into us, we would look at that and say, okay, this item was approved for this particular structure, pictures of which we have in the file, and that is the only structure for which this historic overlay applies.
Got it.
Okay, other questions for her?
Question. AJ, what is the significant history of?
There's a good deal in your background report, and I won't go through all of
I
it
didn't read the whole
extensively,
thing, but
but
just-
this particular structure was built in 1903, and it actually has a sort of a mishmash of two different architectural styles, which is not altogether common. So that in itself is unique, but the fact that it is a heavy Victorian style is something that's also unique, and it's something that the historic overlay ordinance is meant to preserve. It was also itemized in one of our recent historic resource surveys as a property that should be overlaid because of this style. So that's the main thing that you'd want to note for it. There is a good deal said in your background report talking about this particular style of Victorian and how it's important in American architecture. But as far as San Angelo, it also was a home to a professor that was significant in San Angelo, Rogers William Moore, who was sort of a pioneer in the educational field in San Angelo in the early 1900s. So it's both locally significant and historically significant because of the style.
And I know there's another home, maybe a couple of blocks away, that has a historic marker on it.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know that one?
We have markers in our office available for people that have the historic overlay. They can obtain one of those to put on the front of their home if they so desire. You also have markers that are available for state and national designations, so it could be any of those, but we do make those available.
But I guess what I'm asking is the one that does have the marker on it, I wonder if it's under the historic overlay.
We
in
do
that.
verify that.
You do?
When we do that, as do the state and the national levels.
Okay.
You have to actually show that you have that
I'll make
designation.
a motion to approve this item.
Okay.
As presented.
Second.
I have a motion from Mr. Silvas, a second from Ms. Farmer to approve as presented. Do I have any other comments from council?
Just would be nice if this area could turn into, what is it, San Antonio? They have, what is it, the Joski district, they're like a Dillard's, stores
Yeah.
and stuff, but they've named it because that's where the folks live, the Joskis lived, and it's all Victorian, not far from south downtown San Antonio.
This has promise, doesn't it, for sure? Yeah. Okay, do I have any comment from the public? Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we're looking at item number 13. This is the consideration of approving an amendment to the vision plan component of the San Angelo Comprehensive Plan. This was last updated in 2009. We have a presentation by our interim senior planner, Jeff Hintz.
Good morning again, Mayor and Council. To skip, some of the long, lengthy description of this is encompassing the area that was annexed in 2011. Whenever an annexation takes place, staff will take a look at, the land use envisioned for the future there as part of the comprehensive plan and see if it's appropriate or if some changes are necessary. So this is a result of that. It hasn't taken us actually this long to do it, but several delays at Planning Commission and trying to time it with the next item on the agenda. The thoroughfare amendment resulted in it being on the agenda today. So that kind of goes together. So be familiar with this area of town. We'll be visiting it again shortly. The black line on here is the existing city limits line. This is the current vision plan map of the area. The gray is industrial type development, which we've seen several. The case we just heard, 1311 from Mr. Muller, was in this area. Moving on for what staff has recommended. In terms of the options the council has, you can approve these amendments that Planning Commission and staff have, remand them back to Planning Commission or staff, or deny them entirely. We did recommend approving this as staff, and the Planning Commission recommended approval of the amendment, which I'll show you here shortly, unanimously on March 18th. As I'd mentioned, this was annexed in December of 2011. There's several contrasting land uses with like industrial type development next to neighborhood. Before this area really takes off, we should get this set up so that we're not going to have conflicts later on where staff gets calls of this is happening and my property's values are going to go down and things like that. So we went through and did a parcel by parcel analysis of this area in town and took a more proactive approach instead of a reactive approach to avoid issues before they happen. And with that, this is what we'd come up with. The dump is here. You can see we've encoded it. The dump is this property here, within the city limits. You can see we've buffered it with industrial and open space use.
I believe
that
it's
way.
referred to as the landfill.
Or landfill.
Yeah, I'm the only one that calls it the dump. I was thinking, man, he is caught on.
I've got nailed for calling it the dump.
Well,
So go ahead and rephrase yourself.
You spend all this time asking staff to just be clear and factual. He comes forth, he says it's the dump, and now you say, don't be so clear, back up a little bit, give him some room here.
All right,
anyway.
so the landfill or dump, as some folks like to refer to it, is this property. Rewinding there. We've tried to buffer these more intense uses as best we could, given the current development patterns and anticipated development of the area. You notice there's a rail line running through here. We noticed there's a real missed opportunity to not have industrial development around it, so we went ahead and added industrial development while buffering it with transitional zoning, which is intended in this case to buffer the ranch and estate, or residential lower intensity zoning from the more high intense zoning, as well as adding neighborhood center to serve the budding neighborhood in Paul Ann here, as well as some other commercial type developments that will go ahead and serve the area moving forward. So with that, I can try to explain any other, how we came to what we did. If you've got any questions.
I have some questions.
Okay, Mr. Hirschfeld.
I guess just one of the things that I noticed is that I'm looking down at the current industrial park that was, you had changed that, is correct. There was in the old one, the whole thing was red, and then, which was commercial, and then you changed the back portion of it, and I know we rezoned some of that. Now, I want to go back up to Mr. Mueller's section up here. He had originally requested heavy manufacturing. Now, is that not the red portion right there?
That's the south. Mr. Mueller's property is this property right in here, I believe, is the chaparral.
That we just rezoned.
That we'd rezoned to light manufacturing, yes, sir.
Okay.
And then the red portion, this is Howard College here, this industrial area. There's a tract there. I believe Mr. Mueller does own it. He's talked with staff about it, but it's currently zoned general commercial, but the vision plan for that area is calling for commercial. So in terms of being zoned in kind of that vision, yeah, it is. Maybe a switch to a different type of commercial would work in the future.
And I guess really the point on where I'm going is that I understand the point of having light manufacturing along 67, but to me, as we step back further, allowing heavy manufacturing to occur in that area. Just my opinion is that I think that we cut this one down at the industrial park, yet we actually, I think, made this one bigger.
Show us the colors where heavy manufacturing could be
Sure. The gray calls for industrial, and what that would mean in terms of if someone comes in to apply for a zone change, it would mean either heavy manufacturing, light manufacturing, or potentially office warehouses and other industrial use category that would work in the vision for that.
And then the red?
The red would be commercial. That could be neighborhood center or neighborhood commercial, office commercial, general commercial, heavy commercial.
Okay, so then in this area that's not developed, and I'm just picking on this one spot, and just because there's nothing there, and it's a fantastic area and location, that why would we have that little red area right there coming off of Paul Ann? Isn't that Paul Ann Boulevard?
Yeah, right through here.
Right.
Yes, sir. Yeah, in terms of just diversifying the area and maybe adding some more options, like if someone wanted to run, I'll just throw this out there because we already have several, but there's not one in this area. What if they came to us and said, we want to run a Walmart there? If we coded it for industrial, the retail component really isn't consistent with that vision. So in terms of diversifying the area, we've tried to add nodes of activity. In this case, the highway coming through here, the commercial aesthetics are much, a little bit better than industrial in some cases. And it also serves as kind of a dual feature to kind of buffer the Howard College area from, maybe the more intense uses. And as well as it's a gateway into the neighborhood as well. So in terms of, keeping some of the folks that live in this envisioned neighborhood area, away from those more intense uses as they drive into their home.
Okay, that's a good explanation. Walk me through the one that's on the old Ballinger Highway that's in the middle. In other words, there's gray everywhere, and then there's a red island. What is that red island?
This one was originally, in the current vision plan, envisioned as a neighborhood center. Given there was really no neighborhood in that area for it to serve, we'd felt that maybe some type of retail in that area might be good, and commercial would fit that. It could certainly, if the council wishes it to be industrial, you could certainly have us make these changes and modify that. But at the original one, let me back up for a second. Oops. the original one, it was intended for a neighborhood center in that area. There's really, a neighborhood center surrounded by industrial, really, there's not really a neighborhood for it to serve in that area. There's a little bit of rural development called for here that we, felt that industrial might be a better choice and some commercial in this area, given how the area is developing and how we anticipate it to grow. So we went ahead and just added some commercial to diversify that. As those industrial opportunities flourish and grow, theoretically some of those folks may want to go somewhere for lunch, or they may want to go somewhere to buy general goods, which the industrial vision and the vision plan doesn't really cover that per se if someone came to us with a zone change for something. Does that answer your question or not?
Yes, sir.
Not really.
Well, Jeff, along that same question, that little island that the mayor talked about, where is that in adjacent to, or where is that close to, as far as, it used to be called Martifer, what is it? I don't know what it's called now, but where is?
The Martifer area is just south of here. The city landfill, as they've been instructed, is just north of it. When you get to the edge of that, this property is right across the street from it now. There's an old restaurant or some type of bar
Beer
there.
hall, dance hall.
Yeah, there's an old hall there.
That's it.
Boots and saddles.
Yeah.
So there's some chance for someone to come in and maybe reinvent that property as more of a commercial type of use to service the folks, doing industrial activities in the area.
But if you classified it as industrial, it would not preclude someone from applying to change that to a to some type of restaurant or whatever.
It would require a conditional use. Right now it's zoned ranch and estate by default, but in terms of eliminating maybe steps for them, ranch and estate probably isn't what they're looking to do with that property. So as they look to develop it, as they come in for a zone change, we could just code it for industrial, and they could say, "Oh, I want to get light manufacturing there." They'd have to then come back to the planning commission, and generally we don't allow retail sales in the industrial areas. They're intended for manufacturing of goods and maybe the wholesale trade thing, but a restaurant wouldn't really fit in with that.
I guess my only concern when I see this again is, and I look at how we've planned and done in businesses in the past and locations, is having as much flexibility as possible. Is really what bothers me, and I guess my preference would be that little pocket right there is industrial, and then also north of Paul Ann Boulevard, that also be in that gray. That's my preference, and then that provides as much flexibility. And then if somebody wants to come in and provide and do something different, let it kind of be defined. You're not going to build a small retail and then build all these big businesses around it. You're going to build the big businesses, and the small retail is going to kind of pocket around the type of thing. That is kind of how I see things.
Sure. Yeah. The only thing I would add, I don't disagree with you or anything, in terms of options for choices for a landowner moving forward. The commercial, they get neighborhood commercial, office commercial, general commercial, and heavy commercial. So they've really got 4 choices. Where in terms of the industrial, it's really just the light manufacturing, heavy manufacturing, and the office warehouse, and then none of which allow for, like if you said, I want to run a restaurant or I'm going to run a convenience store, none of those choices in industrial would work for that. But they could go the conditional use route if they got a zone change.
This is a guideline.
Right.
Right? This isn't in stone, right?
Right. No, it can't be changed at a later date if someone comes to us and says, I really want to do
But changing the vision is relatively tedious, correct?
It requires, there's no notification required with this because it doesn't actually zone anyone's property, but it's really important because at the same time when people come in and apply for zone change, this is what the recommendations are based upon, and state law mandates we follow.
And then I guess my last question is to the right of 67, to the right, there you go, all that light blue over there, is that all county land?
Yeah, county, and there's some city land back in there as well. Some type of phased, development or whatever may work back there through a planned development route. There is some planned phasing in the industrial park. It maybe could be achieved through a planned development at that time, or if the council envisions really expanding the industrial park, it could be changed to industrial if that's the desire. Right now, though, given the current status of the industrial park, we felt it'd be best to preserve it as institutional for now in case there's some other type of development the city has in mind with it that would work out there that wouldn't just be solely industrial.
Okay, Mr. Silvas?
Jeff, I want to be clear on going again to that little pocket commercial area. If I am the landowner of that place, you can't change my zoning to industrial without, can you not?
Right,
Without my
there's a
perm-
notification required. You know, if council directs us to, we certainly can send out the notices, and they would be notified at that time, but we're not changing anyone's zoning with this at all, no,
Okay.
sir.
Because then you would have the Ray Zapatas and the Henry's Diners out here, you know, because they own that property. It's a bar, I guess.
Right. They'd have to approach us to say, you know, I want to get
Okay.
a zone change, and at that point,
But
we
nothing
would-
changes.
Right, nothing
with-
changes because of what you're going to do with this today. Well, the vision plan changes, but
The vision
in terms
plan,
of what the
yeah.
property's
Okay.
actually zoned, nothing changes today.
Mr. Morrison?
I really don't see the possibility of a restaurant right there across the street from the landfill. I mean, when it came off of 50th Street, the Boots and Saddles Club was still there and working. But when we moved the entrance to the landfill on the old Ballinger Highway and took it away from 50th is that's when the Boots and Saddles no longer existed. I really don't see a real popular restaurant right across the street from the landfill entrance. So
Sure.
I really don't understand why we're doing this.
Right. I just threw out one possibility for what commercial would cover. It covers, you know, offices, general retail, filling stations, things
I
like that.
don't see anything being there but manufacturing.
Yeah, we just wanted to diversify the area in terms of that, but it
Okay.
could certainly,
I'm looking
go
for
the other way.
I'm looking for a motion to remand this back to the planning committee to.
I think we ought to remand it. I make the motion to do so.
Okay, I have the motion.
I'll second.
I have a second. Okay, I have a motion and a second to remand this back to the planning commission to ask them to take a look particularly at the commercial
eyeball.
designation inside basically the red inside the gray, okay? Is there any further comment from council on this? Okay, do I have comment from the public on this? Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'd like to see them take another look at that, Jeff. Let's go ahead and take a look then at item number 14. This is the discussion and possible action regarding an amendment to the thoroughfare plan component of San Angelo's comprehensive plan. Again, we have a presentation by our interim senior planner, Jeff Hintz.
All right. In an area that was just presented, the northeastern area of town, this is the current thoroughfare plan, which when folks do subdivisions, kind of guides, you know, where those planned major thoroughfares are going to be. The lighter blue indicates a collector street. The dashed lines indicate proposed locations. The red will be a minor arterial, and the purple would be a major arterial. The green on here is a freeway. You can see through the city-owned properties. The industrial area runs through here, the current industrial park. You can see there's some collector streets planned, and there's not really much in terms of access for these properties that were annexed to the city limits in December of 2011. So moving forward, we do have an amendment to show you. You can similarly approve the proposed amendment as recommended by MPO and the Planning Commission, remand that back to either of those boards, or deny any of the proposed amendments. City staff did recommend approval of an initial request, which I will show you that Planning Commission recommended approval of. On April 11th, that was further modified by the MPO board with a couple of changes that were then forwarded to this council for final approval. This is with the initial one that was presented to Planning Commission. You can see Smith Boulevard connecting back up with 50th Street again, some type of access for the folks that own properties in here. There's really no major planned street through there to connect those back up and help those properties develop. Right now there's a lot of landlocked tracks that without a major thoroughfare running through them may have a hard time developing. There's also a lack of an east-west thoroughfare crossing the highway over to the city industrial park and other properties in this area. This would be an extension of Pauline Boulevard across 277-67. And staff had worked up proposed arterial and an extension of 2105 in kind of in a similar fashion. We'd learned, through the MPO board that there was some things going on with TxDOT in that area that I'll discuss a little bit later on, but these are just a couple things I discussed already. The current efforts by TxDOT in the area where the changes are, and I should show you what we've recommended. We've recommended, per the MPO board, just leaving the area over here alone for now. TxDOT's doing some studies on this area right now and is still working on, what they're going to be doing. They've got a long-range kind of vision for the area. The MPO board at their most recent meeting did recommend extending Paul Ann and Smith Boulevard to link up with 50th Street again as a major collector for Smith and a minor collector for Paul Ann. Those extensions now, it was determined at that meeting, make the most sense. In the map that I'd go back to this is what the MPO board had modified from Planning Commission originally that council go ahead and approve. And I'll try to explain. And we've got the interim city engineer, Tim Wolf, here as well to answer any kind of traffic management sort of questions that may arise as well.
So what you're asking for specifically is that we agree with or what's the right way to say this? It's not really certify or whatever, but stamp what the MPO said concerning the two streets, Paul Ann and
Correct.
Smith. What he's talking about when he talks about the light blue, not those two, but the one that TxDOT's looking at, that's related to the work they're doing right now on that bridge and interchange system that you see when you drive out there, and it's related to that bypass for trucks on where running east and west north of 2105. So the long-term plan for the truck bypass, and so all they're saying is let's not do something here and then have that plan conflict. So let's put that part off is what they were asking for. So that's the reason for concentrating on the dark blue line, Smith Boulevard, and then the light blue on Paul Ann, but not really worrying about right now adopting the rest of what you see on there. So anyway, is there any other question on the presentation?
I'm still not clear on the Smith Boulevard, the light blue going across. What is that, 67?
67 is the purple running through here. Smith Boulevard
That's
is
old Ballinger Highway,
the
the
old
red
Ballinger
line,
Highway
right?
is right through here where the
And
rail
then
line
Smith
is.
would cut across?
Right, and then link up with 50th to provide some sort of linkage across town and then out again on North
No,
Chadbourne.
but I'm
or
still,
Bryant.
Cut across. Show me where.
the light blue, Smith Boulevard.
Okay, that light blue is Paul Ann.
Okay,
Coming
Paul-
over to that overpass where we're working with Mr. Silvas. That's where we're
Okay.
working with
Oh,
Howard
okay.
College
Yeah,
to
Howard-
do that drop down toward Howard College.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Howard College
So
property
that's Howard
is
College?
here.
I got you.
Okay. And that's what they're asking for approval of. It's Smith Boulevard North, there you go, or Northeast or whatever, and then the Paul Ann Boulevard.
I was a little turned around. I
Yeah.
got it now.
That's what they're asking for.
So
Mr. Alexander?
50th Street didn't do what I thought it was going to do. It didn't link up with 67 and 277. It just didn't.
It has
And-
not.
Hasn't yet.
It never, well, no, it never, in the older plan or in this plan, in neither case has it been put all the way through to 67 or
Right,
277.
That's what I would have expected, and that would be nice.
The
to be
original
able to get traffic from
Well, of course you
Ballinger
do.
all the way to the Coliseum pretty quick. Coliseum is kind of out of the way. It needs to be part of our city more centrally, and the way you do that is you put connections in, and we just didn't do it here.
The original, this is what the thoroughfare plan says right now. If it were to not be amended or nothing were to happen to it, it was the current one had it ending at Old Ballinger Highway, then Old Ballinger Highway, of
So
course,
there you go.
on its
That's-
current route.
That's not a new update. That's the
That-
way it's been.
That's better. That's better.
But that is the way it
This
is now.
is the current one.
That's the current plan. So why would we put a new plan in place that doesn't do that?
We're not.
You're extending it down.
Yeah.
I got you. So there is a
There
way
you
to do it.
There you go.
Boy, that's getting complicated, huh? It's not
See,
simple.
It's not the same. It's the same. Everything above the red line is
Yeah,
what's
it's
already in
stayed the
place.
same.
The only thing that they're adding is the dark blue and the light blue.
Is that it? Okay.
There are a couple of removals I can go over just real quickly. There's a couple of thoroughfares planned currently through the landfill. We went ahead and took those out, given that we probably don't want major traffic running through the landfill. Those have been erased as well.
This is just a guide.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Got a motion and a second to approve as presented. Do I have any further questions or comments from council? Do I have public input on the item? Call call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay, I'm now looking at item number 15. This is consideration of approving an amendment to the vision plan component of the San Angelo Comprehensive Plan update. And again, we have a presentation by our interim senior planner, Jeff Hentz.
This is in the far southeast part of town, or southern part of town, not the far southeast, I guess. I'll show you a map. It's a little bit easier to explain, but this is in the Grand Canal Highway 277 area. This is the current vision plan map of the area. You can see, again, similar to the northeast part of town we just looked at, there's several areas of neighborhood envisioned development directly adjacent to industrial, which can lead to problems, doesn't always, but can lead to problems. We've been approached by Mr. Burnett, who's here as well, about this lot 17 here, which really he'd requested staff and planning commission take a look at this vision plan for a type of development he was working on in the area. As with the other ones, you're going to approve this vision plan amendment, remand it back to the planning commission, or deny part or all of it, and approve it like that if you choose to. Planning staff did recommend approval of this, and planning commission recommended approval of this proposed amendment 6-0 on April 15th. This is what staff has drawn up with the approval of the planning commission. We've added where the Grand Canal sits, development in the area is very unlikely. We went ahead and just added it as open space to preserve that as open for the future, given that the lack, there's going to be really hard to build anything given that it's a drainage canal. So we went ahead and preserved that as open space to go ahead and be a nice buffer for some of the other uses in the area. What we tried to do is node the industrial areas in a way that it buffers the neighborhood from those more intense zoning districts. So in a way, there's some commercial opportunities that didn't exist before in this area that can certainly benefit, given the difficulty of the intersection here and crossing it. There's several accidents there, and TxDOT is well aware of that. But the lack of a real commercial opportunity to serve this neighborhood in an easily accessible manner just wasn't there right now. So we went ahead and added that provision as well as added in a neighborhood center intended for lower intensity commercial development or maybe higher density residential development that'll go ahead and serve the neighborhood. And then added in some transition zones to go ahead and act as buffers from the neighborhood, given the intense development that is present in this area now and likely to continue on in the future. Good question?
This doesn't, there's businesses there today.
Right.
That wouldn't comply with this.
Right, and it's in terms of the future.
So you're going to tear down Danlin, or?
No, we're not going to shut anybody down. Their current zoning stays the way that it is, and in terms of future growth, if someone decides to come in there and maybe change their mind, that vision plan really guides that. So we're not, certainly looking to remove anyone, but in terms of the property here is where the factory or the container that you're talking about now is, in terms of moving forward. The property owner has discussed this with me briefly, and assured him, we're not doing anything with his zoning. It's already zoned light manufacturing, and that will remain unless someone decides to do something different. And if someone decides to do something different, then that's what the vision plan for the growth really takes a look at. It's not ideal now, given the current layout of it. We're buffering industrial areas with neighborhoods in some cases here.
Pop forward to where you are now. Here's the question. He wants to sell that to someone else that wants to do the same thing he's already doing. What happens?
No problem. The zoning stays the same. If that person comes to us and says, I want to get a zone change, that's when the vision plan map really becomes a thing. So that the light manufacturing zoning present on the property now is going to remain unless the property owner wants to do something different with it.
But there are no trigger events.
No,
you see
there
what
are
I'm
no trigger
asking
events.
You? The trigger event is the owner saying, "I'd like to talk about doing something different with this."
Right.
Okay.
That's the trigger event. The main one.
He can modify, he can adapt, he can do whatever he wants on his property currently that's zoned light manufacturing.
Right.
He wants to add a building or whatever
Right.
that's...
Yeah, anything that is allowed in light manufacturing through a conditional use or allowed by right through the ordinance, he's allowed to just do and have at it. This won't have any impact on that. The main thing that brought it up was the property here, lot 17, which is the next item on the agenda. There's a zone change a gentleman is looking to do.
Could you speak closer in the microphone, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
The one that really brought this up is lot 17 here. The gentleman came forward to go ahead and do a zone change to industrial or an industrial use on that property. It was currently envisioned to be neighborhood, which, wasn't really a good fit. So in doing the vision plan map, we really take a look at the whole area and how it functions as a whole. This neighborhood center was relocated from actually the highway here, where it wouldn't really serve anybody in the neighborhood, to here for the future. But again, if the property owner doesn't want to do anything with it, they're not forced to. It's just if they come in and want to do something, this is kind of what we would use to, guide any zone change. And I just went ahead and added the thoroughfares to the area. You can see there's an arterial street, which is 277, the major arterial, and then a couple of collector streets that run through here as well. Is this better?
Yes,
Okay.
thank you. I'm trying to find, you're on Grand Canal, right there where your arrow
Yeah,
just was.
Grand Canal runs through here. And then there's a planned collector, or an existing collector through here as well.
And that's right down, the blue line you're just doing is, one side's the golf course.
Yeah,
and
this is the golf course here. This is Country Club Road, and then it eventually turns into Ben Ficklin as you work north. And of course, outside over here is all outside of the city limits at this time as well.
Well, on the other side, that's outside of the city limits also, right there.
Yeah, right here. Yeah, this
No,
side is
the other side.
over here.
Yes.
This is in the city limits,
It's out of
actually.
the city limits.
Down here.
Right there.
The city limits cuts off about down here. Yes,
Where's
ma'am.
Templin Road?
Templin Road runs right through here and then back up to Grand Canal.
Where's Ratliff Road? I can't,
It's not on there.
so it's further to the west.
Yeah, I think it's maybe further south, or perhaps,
No,
is that the
well,
private street?
It is further to the west.
Ratliff Road may be right there running north and south.
Oh,
It
it's-
runs up and down, Jeff.
Oh.
Keep going other way. There.
there.
Whoa, that could be Ratliff Road
No,
right
further.
there.
That's it.
This
That
is
should be
this is a
Ratliff.
property
That right there.
right through here. I think this is
Nope.
a property
But
line.
But I
through
don't
here.
think that
it's-
is. I
that's
think
not
it's-
Ratliff Road.
it's-
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I got it
think
right
it's
here, and
west
I-
off
It's
of-
further.
I've been
It's,
there a few
yeah,
times.
it's off the map. It
It's
is.
Yeah, this
west
is a
off the
property
map.
line
You've
here.
got quite a few homes that are on Ratliff, and at the end, there's a.
But that's west and then south, so it's not on the map.
Yeah, the
just
city
couldn't
limit
find it.
line cuts
Okay.
off about. It does something like that. If you can follow the path of the mouse
And
here.
again, Ratliff is not on there.
Yeah, I think Ratliff is.
Okay.
It's not showing up, unfortunately. My apologies for that. But in terms of the basis for a recommendation, I'd kind of mentioned before, and with other ones, it's best to try and avoid having the industrial uses directly adjacent to the neighborhoods, to be more proactive in terms of moving forward. A lot of industrial uses are good stewards to the neighbors moving forward. Some folks aren't always, so that's what we try to avoid, and those are the calls we get. They're doing this, and I've got all this on my property now, so we're going to try to be proactive and limit those to nodes where the industrial activities are buffered by some commercial activities and transition zones, so the neighborhoods can be as peaceful as possible and quiet, so that they can maintain those property values without being subjected to piles of things that are allowed in manufacturing zones and certainly appropriate for manufacturing zones, just not right next to a neighborhood. So with that, I can try to answer any questions or concerns that you have.
Can you go back to your picture?
The proposed
Yes.
or the current?
The proposed.
Look at 2009.
And I'm just trying to get my bearings here on what you got here. Again, the part that I struggle with is you've got a fair amount of existing businesses already there. In the one section, you've got West Texas Steel right there, right across from where it says starts the H on the highway. I mean, they were across there, and down, right there.
This one?
That's West Texas Steel right in there. And, would that comply with what you've got there?
I believe they're already zoned again for heavy manufacturing or light manufacturing. If someone came in and said we want to manufacture that generally, wouldn't work with commercial zoning. Heavy commercial is the option they have, and it allows for some limited manufacturing and production opportunities in some cases. In terms of how this parcel is divided up now, we tried to go through and do this on a parcel by parcel basis to avoid folks coming into us with, half of my property is coded for industrial and half is neighborhood. What am I going to do with it? So in terms of the way it's divided out now, certainly a future street could maybe be added through here to make that a little bit easier and, make industrial a little more palatable for the property on the front, or in terms of adverse effect on the neighborhood. But in terms of really trying to buffer that neighborhood, we felt that commercial would be a much less intense impact than an industrial thing would be. In terms of the development of this area, all these houses currently, or all these lots currently have houses on them, with the exception of this lot 16K here, which is kind of buffered on two sides by those more intense uses. So in terms of development of that property moving forward and maintaining the value, if someone does choose to invest there, we felt that commercial would be a little bit better impact on the neighbors than an industrial could be.
What is the brown?
The brown is transitional, and that's intended for, it really serves kind of a double purpose. The actual plan says it's for opportunities less dense than a neighborhood center, but maybe more dense than a neighborhood. But it also serves a dual purpose in the fact that if someone came to us and proposed, if this guy, zoned it light manufacturing or what have you, someone could come in there and say, I'm going to buffer that light manufacturing and use an office commercial zone. We'd take a look at that and see, that office commercial would be a suitable buffer into the neighborhood along those lines. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sir. I mean, the fact is, this is kind of in an ideal world, but instead of an ideal world, someone built a bunch of homes next to industrial.
Right, and this area was annexed in 1997, and there was a lot of this industrial development along the highway. The West Steel you'd mentioned was, it was there probably well before the houses were, is what I'd found. And then, these houses have been successful despite that. But, moving forward, not everyone's going to treat their manufacturing zones the same. Someone could go in there and do something much worse than what West Texas Steel is doing. So in terms of, buffering and protecting the investment these folks have, we went ahead and recommend these changes.
Okay. I'm looking for a motion. The motion is either to accept this as guidelines and move forward, or to remand it back with some specificity for the staff and others to take a look at, Planning Commission, or to deny it straight away. So what's the pleasure, and let's get something to move us forward.
I make a motion to approve as presented, because it is a guideline. I've studied and studied. I've been out there. I've looked at it. I understand there's some the commercial or the neighborhood purple zone. I'm not so sure that's what's going to actually work there. Part of it will. The left side will. The right side might be residential, but they can come back for a zone change, and we'll approve it immediately.
Right.
I mean, it makes sense. I just don't know what's going to happen to that piece. So I wonder about some of these things, like Kendall's doing, but I'm not sure that we can figure it out. What to do with it?
Okay,
What
a
do you
motion
do with it?
to
It's pretty good.
approve. A motion
Pretty
to
good.
approve because it's a guideline. Do I have a second on his motion? Okay, I think a motion died. What motion do I have?
I'll make a motion to send it back.
Second.
I have a motion to remand it back to the Planning Commission and to staff because we're concerned about.
Because we're concerned. I think that it's too colored.
Okay.
I think you've got existing businesses that it doesn't fit with what is there.
Okay, so because we would like to have something a little more consistent with what is there. Is that your second, Ms. Farmer?
Yes, and my concern is the number of complaints that we've had and the motion that was filed in the past from the residents in the area, which we had to explain to them that the industrial and the commercial that is along 277 was there long before they bought their house there, and
Okay, so Mr. Hentz, I have a motion to remand it back because we'd like to see it be a little more consistent, the vision to be a little more consistent with the actual.
Okay.
Okay? And so I got a motion and a second for that. Now let me open up for comments from council.
Okay, so I still don't think, as a designer, I'm sitting here thinking, what are they going to do? Because if you look at West Texas Steel, that is commercial. If it gets switched to industrial, you can have industrial applications next to a residential area. It's not going to work. They can purchase the farm to the south of them, the gray area, and they can go to manufacturing, some kind of industrial manufacturing there, and it's attached to the current property, and they can make that work. I'm not sure what they're going to do different. Give an example of something they could do different. I went down into the purple zone. I said that could be residential. But it's the same thing. I mean, they may not want it to be. Whoever buys that may not want that. So this goes to get a zone change. So it doesn't matter which way it is. Give an example. Give them something to go on. Show them where we have a problem.
Well,
Exactly.
he did. He said that where it's red, I'd like to see more of that stay gray. I mean, that's what he said.
And then
Where
it's
it's
a
pink, I
gray
want the
area
pink to
next
go
to
away.
residential.
So, but
And you've got this one track where Tracy
And he's-
Migo's
his
offices are
posi-
right there in the brown, right up right there. That's Tracy Migo's. They're currently right there.
Right.
And you're going
terms
to make
of-
that a transitional area with,
well, the office is probably.
Yeah,
And it's a
office,
warehouse.
offices and warehouse would work in a transitional vision to.
Theirs would probably be okay.
Okay.
But again, the issue, what he's saying though, Paul, or Mr. Alexander, what he's saying is that, he'd like to see more of the red become gray, and he's concerned about the way it's done in an ideal state. And really, the positions start becoming, well, this is about the future, but how is it going to practically impact people who are already running a business? That's his concern, and that's your
I'm looking at the
position,
residential
so.
around it, and I don't want industrial against residential if we can help it.
But the industrial was there first.
So
That's the question.
What we're
That's
doing is
the-
keeping it from proliferating against the residential is what we're doing. Am I right on this?
Well,
how are you guys thinking? That's
Yeah, I mean,
that's what I heard.
in terms of the current businesses that are there, they can say, well, we're not going to do anything with our property, and it's going to continue on. It's only if someone comes in and says, well, I want to get a zone change, that this is really going to come into play.
So new
So the new
business,
requests.
new request.
New request for zoning. The current zoning, there's a few light manufacturing tracts scattered. I think there's one here and maybe one here. The rest is already zoned heavy commercial, so it allows a few folks in this area to actually be a little more intense in terms of their zoning. The heavy commercial is consistent with the commercial vision already, and it actually allows some folks in this area to maybe, we
So-
haven't really changed it. It was already coded for industrial. It
I'm
allows
gonna
them to go and
Summarize.
go ahead
and
and
say,
go
so our
forward.
communication to somebody coming in is don't put industrial against the residential area. We don't want that. For somebody coming in, not an existing business.
Right, and it is just a vision for the future. There's a lot of things that are out there now, and they may continue on. A lot of them certainly will. Some of them may not, and that's really what the vision tries to, get a mix of uses in an area so the area can reinvent itself. Like if you've got kind of the similar situation in the north where there was, in the northeast part of town that we just annexed, a lot of industrial areas, there's not really any opportunity except for conditional uses to go ahead and add retail components, whether it be a restaurant or a tire shop or an auto repair place. They don't always necessarily work in industrial all the time. The auto repair one might, but other, more general retail opportunities wouldn't work in industrial. The one thing I would say is there is a gentleman here with this lot here. If you do remand this back to Planning Commission, you may consider just this portion in here, because his request is to follow state law in terms of what's mandated to follow this comprehensive plan. His request is hinging upon this becoming industrially envisioned instead of neighborhood due to what he's proposed.
Would you go back to what is current?
And currently, it's envisioned for neighborhood.
Yeah, right now
which-
it's in yellow,
which,
residential.
probably isn't a good
Can
fit
I,
for that
can I
particular
amend my
property.
motion to remand it back with the, can I do that?
Yeah, I mean, you could make a motion to
Accept that
You
portion
can make
right
a motion
there?
to accept that portion. You could also make a motion to go ahead, and if you want this parcel turned to gray, you could approve it, everything else, and just tell staff to make this as gray and send it through like that if you wanted to. And leave the rest. You could do it on a parcel by parcel basis, or send it back to Planning Commission for further discussion as well.
Okay. I don't have a problem with that right there. Up. Brown, the brown and right there. I don't have a problem with that. So,
You could make a motion to approve that and send the rest back, I believe.
is that correct, AJ?
Okay. Yeah, what AJ suggested was maybe make a motion to approve everything maybe from the street north and then remand the rest back to Planning Commission. That street being Clarice Court. Or, you could certainly do it in a different way and just do it on this property and remand the rest back as well. It's really really up to the council in terms of what you guys would like to do.
Okay.
I think for us to stay in accordance with state law, we should probably not single out that property. If you're okay with a certain segment of this plan, let's identify that segment by street boundaries. Vote on that and send the remainder back. That way we're very clear.
Yes.
This is Clarice Court.
State law's concern is with spot zoning.
And
so-
also just the principle
so
of
the
singling
idea
out something.
Yeah, so the idea that you're saying just that one property, I want to do X, that's what they're kind of zeroing in on. So they're wanting you to do something that's larger than that one property.
This is part of it too. So you could say the area bounded by Clarice Court to the southwest, US Highway 277 to the east, so on and so forth. Describe that particular section and treat that section separately from the rest of the plan, which you'd like to have a little more work done on.
Okay. I guess I could amend it to the thing is, the only section in there that I really like is that gray section. And that little brown, that's the transition. I don't have a problem with that, but then
Well,
you
let
got the
me
red
ask you-
below it and you got the red north
Let
of
me
it.
ask you a couple of questions. What about turning you see the little red triangle, go that one. Do you have any concern there?
We just
Let that
felt
stay
that
gray or be red? I'm talking to
it-
Mr. Hirschfeld. Hang on.
I think it should all be the gray, but
You made a motion. You want to keep your motion and take a vote? Do you want to withdraw your motion and see if I get another one?
Well, Kendall, what are we doing? Trying to protect somebody?
No, we're
I'm
not protecting.
Totally.
I just want to protect the
The
businesses
businesses
that are
are
there
there.
today, right now,
Okay.
that are
And have
operating.
been
I don't
there.
want to hinder, hurt, hamper their efforts in what they're doing today, right now.
I
And any
thought they were
expansion.
grandfathered.
Right,
And
well,
I'm-
not even grandfathering. If in terms of
It's more
It's more than
than grandfathered, because grandfathered would mean you're okay, but if you quit doing it, the next guy can't. Okay,
Right.
And
Grandfathered would
more
mean
than
it's not legal.
grandfathered, because what it's
Yeah.
saying is you could sell your business to somebody that wants to keep doing what you're doing. Okay, so it's more than grandfathered. That's why I was asking earlier about can you make the guy in the purple area do something? You said the only trigger was if somebody comes in and says, I want to.
Correct. You've got
Right.
three different groups of people. You've got people that are legally non-conforming, grandfathered, people that are legal and allowed by right, which is what we have here. And so those are the groups that you seem principally concerned with. But understand that if our planning process becomes zone it what it's zoned, we don't plan ahead any further. So we try to make sure that we make you aware of when we're bringing these, and we have areas that their clock is ticking, so to speak. But in this case, the only trigger is if they themselves
Okay, so.
bring a request in.
All right, so if I could clarify to give some meets and bounds of what it would be.
Perfect.
And inclusive of certain tracks. Can I do
Perfect.
that?
That'd be ideal.
Okay. Meets and bounds between Grand Canal Road and US Highway 277, including, I can't read all those, 17, 18, 19, I guess that's 1, 2, 3, and 4 tracks.
Mhm. Can you show those?
Approving that as presented.
Okay.
Second.
That's what I would
Is this one?
change.
And remanding the rest back to
Back to planning.
planning and staff.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, you good with that?
It makes a lot of sense.
When
now.
AJ's happy, then I'm,
All right, I have a motion and a second.
you mean the area with the mouse, correct? Just to visually show.
The brown, the gray, and red, but not the red and going
there
there
down.
down.
Okay, perfect.
So he is saying he'd like to approve the brown, the top gray and the top red as presented, and remand the red down, all of that back to planning for another run at it.
Okay.
A little more consistent with what it already is. Correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and I have a second from Ms. Farmer.
You
Now,
read that
again,
last
do I have
thought number.
further discussion?
That one.
Mr. Silvers?
That's more clarification. I'm ready to vote.
Okay. Do I have public input on this item before I call for a vote?
20.
Okay. Call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Sorry to make that so confusing.
That's all right.
Okay. Okay, this item has moved forward. Let's go to item number 16. This is the first public hearing and consideration of introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 12, Exhibit A, PD 13-02, regarding Luke Burnett, and a presentation by interim senior planner Jeff Hentz.
This is the last you'll hear from me today, unless something random comes up, so some of you might be glad for that. Anyway, this is at 1245 Grand Canal Road, the property we just specifically talked about, the vision plan map for. 8 notifications were sent for this particular request. We received numerous responses that were from outside that area as well. This is a map of all those notifications we'd received. I will say the minute record that was included in the background report, a representative of the neighborhood that is indicated by the yellow here, did come forward and felt that with that vision amendment to kind of buffer the neighborhood from those industrial uses and the strict guidelines of the plan development, she said that she didn't voice any opposition at that point at the meeting to this particular request. I can get into the details of the ordinance later on, but this is the area that we just took a look at, so we're all very familiar with it, so I'll just kind of breeze through these. This is that gray, and then the remainder would be the brown from the vision plan map as the buffer into the neighborhood. That being passed now, this request is consistent with the comprehensive plan at this point, so you can legally consider this request. So this map is now outdated as of a couple minutes ago. Looking southwest from the subject property, you can see several of those homes that are already there. You can see those more industrial uses that buffer this area. There's a telecommunications tower, several oil field businesses in this area, as well as some light manufacturing activities in this area. Looking at the remainder of the property, this is what would be preserved as that brown area from before the transitional. It would retain its office warehouse zoning, which works as a buffer in this case. The applicant is here and can certainly elaborate more on the type of plans they've got for this property moving forward. Considering the application, the council may approve the zone change, remand it back to Planning Commission, approve subject to modification of the proposed conditions of this plan development, or deny it altogether. Staff does recommend approving this zone change, and Planning Commission recommended approval of it with the conditions on April 15th. We've gone through a lot of the history and the background and the criteria for approval. I can get into the rationale for the recommendation if you'd like me to.
Okay, would you like him to go further, or do you?
Motion to approve.
I have a motion. I have a motion from Mr. Alexander to approve, a second from Mr. Morrison. Do I have other questions concerning the presentation? Do I have other questions concerning the vote or the motion? Do I have public input on this item? Okay, I'll call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, item number 16 is passed.
You didn't go over the oppositions. There were more oppositions than in favor.
Would you like? Okay.
Normally we
Item-
hear them.
Right. Item 17, this is a consideration of approving a change order, number 15, to include the repair of the pedestrian bridge west of Abe Street under the agreement with Templeton Construction. Didn't you kind of like just get this approved? What am I missing?
It does need council's approval because of the amount.
We talked about the item before, but this is actual change order into because of the dollar amount.
Okay. Goodness, I'm like
Motion
losing
to
my
approve.
mind.
Second.
All right, this is the change order in the amount of $167,128, funded in equal parts by the River Project Contingency Funds and the City Self-Insured Fund. Nice presentation. You got a motion and a second to approve. Now I'm looking for questions on the presentation or on the motion. Mr. Silvas.
how are you going to enhance it? What are you doing?
It's basically
Briefly.
replacement of the metal supporting structures underneath it.
They're rotten
Some of
away.
them have rusted out, and basically replace those as well as the all the wooden parts of the bridge, the floor and the railing.
So are you getting away from metal or steel? Because that seems to
No,
be a real
had-
problem.
no.
You just had to go
It was just poorly designed.
What's the new
That's
stuff
correct.
called that it's not wood, but it looks like wood?
Tracks.
Trex,
Yeah.
recycled lumber. But the option that we have with repair is a very excellent hardwood that's going to last at least about 20 years.
Excellent.
Just, I guess, one comment. Who's doing the design work on this?
Excuse me?
Who's
Sorry.
doing the design work?
We had an engineer that did the design work, and working with Templeton, we've got
Okay,
the.
and so it'll be properly
solution.
designed with weep holes and or sealed or whatever it may be.
Yeah, and just so you know, Councilman Hirschfield had asked us to look into other options. We did look at pricing a new one. Basically, we've got this same thing. We're rebuilding the whole thing, and it's cheaper to rebuild, so.
That reminds me of my question. How old is it now?
It was installed in 81, 82.
81, 82, and the price of a new one is 220 or 2 something I saw in there. But
Yes,
then
ma'am.
how many years for just repairing do you get for 167 versus a new one at 220? That's what I was looking at. Do we are going to get more years with a new one than?
We estimate that the lifespan, either replacement or repair, would be about the same.
Correct.
Okay.
And we hope this will even last longer. That one had a fault in the design, so this one we're correcting that to make sure it doesn't happen again.
And I don't imagine that'll be ready before the River Fest.
Well, if we went with the replacement option, we probably wouldn't be, but with the repair option, we should be. Extends it three to 4 weeks to the middle of September with the repair option. Middle of October with the replacement option.
So are you just replacing or upgrading the structure? What about the foundation or what's in the water?
The supporting elements
The
stay the
support.
same with the repair
Okay.
and or the replacement.
Okay, Mr. Silvas, you go ahead.
I'm good.
Any other questions before I call for a vote? Any public input on this item? Call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Item number 18, this is the discussion and possible action on matters related to the establishment of new landscape plantings for some development projects on the river corridor, Rio Vista Park, Love Municipal Pool, and City Hall Plaza. We have a presentation by our Parks and Recreation Director, Carl White.
Sir, as you know, beginning June 1st, we'll be in drought stage 2. Drought stage 2 does not allow for the watering of new landscapes other than the once every 7 days watering 1 inch a week until November 1st, and of course once every 14 days past that point. We're about to finish some projects, Rio Vista, the river, the Love Municipal Pool, and the City Hall Plaza. Because we're going into drought stage 2, we're recommending that we don't follow up and do the landscaping of those projects. We did take this to the Parks Recreation Advisory Board, and they did concur with that recommendation.
And with that said, Carl will cover it, but that's just the plantings. We're going to put in mulch, we're going to make it look nice, but it's just the plantings.
Right. We'll take measures to make sure that we protect the ground, either through hydromulching or mulching itself or weed fabric to keep the ground in
Okay.
place.
Folks, you have a presentation. Do I have a motion to approve their judgment or?
The recommendation.
I don't guess. You said discussion and possible action. I didn't know if you were waiting for someone to say, yep, that's what we want you to do or not.
Well,
So-
unless you wanted to give us other direction.
Yeah, nope, I think you're good to go. Okay. Item number 19, this is the discussion and possible action on matters related to fiscal year 2012-2013 budget. Cash flow.
Mayor, I'm sorry. Can I just step back 1 minute? Carl, so if we put this off, once we're out at the drought level, then we can bring it back and then?
Yes, sir. And of course, planting turf, much of the landscaping is planting turf, and we have a window of opportunity to do that usually in May through August at the latest. But the planting of trees, typically we do that in the fall. So it depends on what we're planting and when we hit that opportunity when the conditions are better.
And the reason I ask, and again, as you well know, the dead trees along the river, if
Yes,
we
sir.
could get those replaced, I hope that doesn't go away, so That's what I wanted to
Totally
know.
agree with you.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. This is number 19, discussion and possible action on matters related to the fiscal year 2012-2013 budget. Presentation by our manager, budget manager, Morgan Chegwin.
Correct. Thank you.
All right. I want to be sure I came close.
So today before you, I have several items. You'll see, of course, on your agenda that there are 3 items I have before you for discussion. There were some lingering issues coming out of the fiscal year 13 budget preparation that we all wanted to discuss mid-year. So here we are, and I have those before you for discussion today. The first item is recall that we started a tradition of setting aside about $1.7 million every year to cash flow some much-needed capital projects. We adopted the budget with those funds in place, but did not quite make decisions about where those funds should be allocated. I do have a staff recommendation for how those funds should be used. Recall that these are funds that we generally set aside for street reconstruction, drainage remediation. We're setting aside an amount towards a fire truck every year and any other capital needs. And so I do have engineering staff to turn it over to them for this section to talk about some much needed needs to utilize those funds.
Okay.
Good morning. Tim Wolf, interim city engineer. For the Avenue P project, that is one of the capital projects vying for this money. We did have a bid opening on that project in March, and the low bid on that was about $2.6 million. Council had approved $1.8 million for the project. $755,000 of that was a carryover from, and that's incorrect, it should be fiscal year 2011-2012, but a total of $1.8 million, which leaves us a difference of almost $800,000. Working with the contractor to try to reduce that and get any possible savings we can get out of that, we've worked down to about $640,000 that we still need to fund this project. With that project, just as y'all probably already know, but for everybody else, it is a concrete box culvert underneath West Avenue P, all the way from South Bryant Boulevard past South Chadburn Street to the Red Arroyo. It collects runoff from about 400 acres, which generally is from the Knickerbocker Road to Jackson Street, Avenue N to Bryant Boulevard. That general area is what runs here. This project is designed to contain the 5-year storm event underground, maybe a little bit more than that. What that means is, well, the 5-year storm event will be underground, probably about the 10-year event in the street, and a little bit more than that up in the yards before it floods any houses. This is kind of just a little bit of history of rainfall events. These numbers are from the National Weather Service, maybe a little bit low just because of the way the data is collected, but as you can see, since 1950, we've had about 32 2-year events and only 7 5-year events. Prior to 1950, we even had 200-year events. That was probably in the early 30s. It just kind of gives you an idea of how often you're going to expect to see flooding issues in here. So a 5-year event does not mean it's only going to happen once every 5 years. That's not how it's calculated. There's just a 1 in 20% chance that you'll have that event in any given year. This project has been in design for quite a while. I know there are a lot of people counting on this. It is a high-profile project, and it will give quite a bit of relief to a lot of people in this area. That's for the Avenue P project.
But so you have a 10% chance, a 1 in 10-year event.
Yes, sir.
What would happen if this is in place and you have a 10-year event? What's the likely outcome?
The 10-year event, all the drainage should be captured within the street. Then the 5-year event, the 10-year event is about double the 5-year. So if we have the 5-year underground, 10-year event would be up in the street and some in the yards. Above that, it may get into some of the houses, but of course not near the frequency that it is now.
Okay. Thank you. Other questions on the presentation? Okay. Does anyone want to take a piece of this, or do you want to hear all of it and then?
So what are we approving? We can raise the budget from the 1.8 to the 1.
To 2.4. 2.44. $640,000 of the $1.7 million.
The
that
staff
she's bringing.
recommendation is that this 1.7 million is budgeted. We would like the direction from council to utilize it for Avenue P project, which was overbid, and the mill and overlay projects, which Mr. Wolf also has some information on. Because the projects came in overbid, the totality of that 1.7 million would be
And this is
used.
just general fund money that we'll be spending?
Correct, already
No.
budgeted.
No, not the extra 640, right?
What's before you today is to approve the 1.7 million of general fund dollars to be utilized, but there will be an extra component needed to satisfy the Avenue P project, which we're still researching the exact amount to charge to eligible funding
Mayor-
sources, for example.
Mayor, can I answer your question about should we take this a piece at a time? I don't think that we've presented enough information to know what the consequence is of approving this. So I would like Morgan to cover more of her data, more of her presentation before you bless
Thank
this
you.
this part.
So let's not take it a piece at a time, fine. But now let's go back, though, to the specific question you're struggling with just a little bit here. Where is the $1.7 million?
Do you want that? There is $1.7 million budgeted of general fund capital. A portion of it will be needed to use to satisfy the Avenue P project to get it blessed and give notice to proceed. The remaining portion will be needed to give into the mill and overlay projects.
But they are general fund dollars. That's my question.
There is, I believe, listed here that there is going to be some part that needs to be charged to the stormwater, an allowable amount to charge to stormwater.
Thank
Because
you.
there is a quality component, but the bulk of the project is quantity, which is why it's in general fund.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's let you keep presenting then, and we'll between the two of you, keep presenting, and then we'll get to what a vote on a bigger part of it.
Okay, for the mill and overlay project, we bid that out in March also, and that came in over budget by about $320,000. And so that's what we're needing for the mill and overlay budget to do the entire project, which consists
So
of...
is this why Clinton left? So you would have to come and present all this stuff about, here's what this is going to cost, and now it really is going to cost this much? Is that? Okay.
We are where we
sensing
are.
no comment there.
Yes, we are here.
You ought to run for office. You get questions like that all the time. Go ahead.
The mill and overlay project, it is Main Street from Houston Hart to 18th Street, 14th Street from Main Street to Chadburn Street, 19th Street from Bryant Boulevard west to the railroad. And to clarify some earlier maybe discussion, this is just milling of the existing asphalt and resurfacing the street. It's not including even any reconstructive base repair or sidewalks or anything else. And then also Oak Street from 11th Street to 14th Street. That's what we got.
Money. You did a $640,000 request.
For Avenue P and 320 for mill and overlay, but
And that,
To
but the
960.
320 covers all of those
Correct.
projects, right?
the 320 covers all of the mill and overlay streets.
Yes, sir. There were 4 mill and overlay projects.
Yes,
And the
sir.
320 covers all 4, not any given one.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so that's a total of $960,000.
A
Right.
portion, like Morgan said, a portion of the 640 requested.
Yeah,
for the
some of that
MVP
came from
stormwater funds
stormwater
also.
because it was quality oriented. Okay. What else do you have?
That's what we have on item A.
Are we going to talk about, are you going to lead us through how to pay for those?
That'd be good.
I'm sorry if I'm asking something I shouldn't. Is that a,
Well, I think what she said was there's $1.7 million in general fund capital funds that are non-designated. She wants to take that much of it and designate it.
Correct, to these two projects so that we can move forward with these two projects. They're projects that we had begun and we needed to infuse additional funds to continue.
Okay. And then when you go to B and it's revenues in excess of expenditures, that's telling us where money can come from?
That this is an opportunity that when we adopted the budget, we adopted revenues in excess of expenditures and wanted to discuss it mid-year. So we're not recommending this as a funding source for
So A
needs an
stands
item
on its
A.
own.
It can, yes,
So can
absolutely.
we,
So A stands on its own, you guys, okay? So you've been asked to come up with $960,000 out of the general fund, out of a fund of roughly 1.7 million, and it would take care of the 4 mill and overlay projects because of the fact that the bid came in higher than they expected, and it would take care of the Avenue P drainage improvement, with some of that money, a large portion of the 640,000 coming out of the 1.7 million, but some of it coming from stormwater, the 2.5 million.
And remind me where the money, where the funds are.
We have $1.7 million from the fiscal year 12 budget that we budgeted, set aside for some projects, but couldn't proceed. That was just partial funding. Then we have an additional $1.7 million in the fiscal year 13 budget that we have not yet allocated to any project. So there is a large portion of general fund dollars set aside for these projects and a small portion of stormwater fee used to.
Okay, and this won't take away from any other project or any, it's unallocated?
Correct.
Okay.
I was just going to say, I thought, and that's the way I remember it, that 1.7 was allocated to Avenue P. Am I?
Well, what's going on here is that you are correct, but for whatever reason, the numbers are the same, Mr. Silvas, but they're not the same dollars. Okay? What happened when in 2011 and 12, we said we will spend 1.7 million on the Avenue P project, and you can come up with some of that money in 2011 and 12, and the rest of that money in 2012 and 13. But it is coincidental that the 1.7. Okay. So we did say that, but now what they're saying is it didn't come in at 1.7; it came in at 2.6.
It was always our intent to set aside some money in fiscal year 12 to fund, we called it phase 1, but to fund the first portion of payment towards
So
Avenue
now
P.
what they're saying now is, look, that 1.7 or in this case they say 1.8 isn't going to cover it. 755 is carried forward from 11 and 12, not 12 and 13.
Okay.
Okay. That's where we said initially what we would pay for.
So how much of that $640,000 different, or the 640 request, how much of that is coming from stormwater?
Do you know that number?
I believe.
Michael, do you know?
No.
You don't know?
We had the engineers working on a recommendation of what was appropriate to charge, how much of the project could be estimated for quality.
Okay.
So that it wasn't, there was some science behind exactly what should be charged to stormwater and exactly.
So under the votes that put the stormwater fee in play, Mr. Silvas, under the unfunded mandate, there are rules about quantity of water stormwater handling and quality of water stormwater handling, and the money that's raised in that fund can be used on quality enhancements, but like Avenue P is in many ways a quantity problem, right? It's flooding houses. So they can't spend much of that, they can't spend that money to control the flooding of houses. But what they can do is go in and say, well, but when we put that water underground and channel it this way, we're going to improve the quality. Less sediment is washed in, less chemical off the street is washed in, less. So he's going to try to assess what he thinks the quality impact is, and then say, I can come up with some money here for you out of stormwater based on the quality improvements involved with this. And he doesn't know the number yet. That's what I'm saying, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the deal.
Now, the importance of timing on this is that these projects are kind of waiting to happen
Because they don't have funds.
because they don't have enough funds. So that's the importance of doing these.
That's right.
Now. Okay? Am I correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And as we speak, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
As we speak about a timeline in issuing notices to proceed and getting these projects executed, any discussion from today or any direction we get today will need to come back in an amendment to the budget ordinance, which of course requires 2 readings. So we have that slotted for the 21st. So there will still be more discussion to actually adopt this action and take action on it. Today.
And Mayor, I was going to go ahead, and I would love to just take this A by itself I mean, I would like to make the motion to approve item A, because if we get a 5-year flood or 10-year flood, it's not only going to affect this area, it's going to affect the city as a whole. I mean, we're all going to feel the effect. So I understand the numbers there, but it's a...
All right, before you make your motion, let me ask the council to consider something here, okay? When we talked about the 19th Street, the bid came back just now with mill and overlay only. But when we talked about this some months back, we talked about putting those sidewalks in and making that part of this bid, and that did not happen. And so,
I don't really.
you don't?
No, we
I
were
don't
strapped for money,
I know.
and we just barely had any. And we,
Okay,
and we
if
went
I'm
to
the
mill
one
and,
that-
you know.
If I'm the one that remembers it that way and I don't have consensus, then I don't have consensus. It's okay. I remember the discussion about, let's get those sidewalks in while we're there. So it's here nor there. If we don't, we don't. So you're saying, no, you don't remember it, you don't remember it.
I
really
recall,
don't.
yes.
She says she recalls it, but anyway, I remember bringing up, we've been talking about getting sidewalks there for 3 years now. Let's get that done while we're doing the mill and overlay. Anyway, it doesn't matter. It now needs to be something separate. But I'm going to ask that we consider that funding out of these dollars while we're funding these things. I want that done. Every time you walk over there trying to, mine was a long time ago, but you walk over there asking people to put a sign in their yard and vote for you, you're taking your life in your hands, and you see that they are taking their lives in their hands every day. And so that sidewalk ought to be done as part of getting this mill and overlay project done.
And I have no problem in my motion adding that, Mayor. Whatever's going to be the easiest transition into getting you guys to move forward.
I think the problem is that it's not in the
Okay.
It's not in the agenda item. So, but what I was trying to do is get us to thinking about that, because I think I want to ask them later to bring it
Sure.
back for our consideration. Okay, so that we can try to handle this all at once. Anyway.
Then let me go ahead and make the motion for us to approve item A as presented with the 4 streets, the mill and overlay, and the Avenue P project. I mean,
May I ask a question first?
Okay, you got a motion, and now, what's the question?
In our packet, along with this subject, you have provided us with August 21st, September 4th, and October 16th meetings. Was there a particular purpose? I've been reading through them, those 3 items, but in the packet with this subject, those minutes of the meeting were in there.
Sure, just to remind that it's an unusual occurrence that we are allocating funds in May for a budget adopted October 1st. So just a reminder of last direction, since it was some time ago. Item B is an unusual item also to bring back. So just a reminder of where we were, since it has been some time.
pretty much a carryover into this.
Well, we're still
And our
talking about
discussion
fiscal
was
year
held on
13 budget.
post-budget cuts.
During that time, council had made a decision on a new city manager, and some of those final decisions, they wanted reviewed by the new city manager, the fiscal impact, the fiscal consequences, reviewed by the new city manager. And so that's why some of these items were put off. Because you wanted Daniel involved when it became time to develop options and make the final decisions. And so that's why we're revisiting some issues which we traditionally would have revisited in a quicker
And we were
fashion.
pretty thorough. We went through the Avenue P project. As a matter of fact, I talked to Councilman Sivas about that also. I had some initial concerns, and we did some more research to determine how much of an impact that would have to actually invest in that project. And I got the information that I needed, and I feel more comfortable now with the information that we have.
Okay. Other questions, Ms. Farmer? Any other questions? Mr. Morrison?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve item A. Do I have further questions on the motion or on the presentation concerning item A? Do I have public input on this item? Okay, let me call for this vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, item B.
So item B, as we've alluded to it, is recall that when we adopted the budget ordinance of all funds, the general fund in particular, we adopted with revenue in excess of expenditures. Those are funds that are available for use, certainly, and again, we had direction to discuss it mid-year and let Mr. Valenzuela look at that. We had an update to give you as a result of budgeting certain revenues at certain levels that didn't come into play, primarily the user fees. Recall that we had budget discussion about raising the user fees to a level that would be effective October 1st, and the budget was built that way that when the planning fees, for example, were delayed to be implemented till January 1st, so there were 3 months where we budgeted at a certain level but did not execute at that level, and the remaining fees have not yet been adopted. Recall that you want Mr. Valenzuela to work through those and make recommendations on those. So as a result of not adopting those fees, our revenues actually need to be decreased by $297,000, which means that the remaining revenue over expenditure is really only $321,000. And I included the minutes on this item because we specifically made some reference to perhaps if we were still in dire drought states, that this revenue in excess of expenditures could potentially be used to talk about that satisfying that drought. So it's here before you today as requested, but certainly available for whatever discussion or direction from the council.
Question.
Okay, Mr. Horsfeld.
What's the urgency in dealing with this today?
There is no urgency. We just wanted to be diligent in that it was discussed mid-year.
So then my opinion would be that I would prefer for this just to lead into our budget discussions and even having a carryover of $321,000 that goes into the budget discussions.
Correct.
That's my opinion.
Okay, so there's a decision here really to say, look, this money is sitting out there and it'll be just fine to let it sit out there until budget time and discuss what to do with it then. You have a consensus. Let's move to item C.
Absolutely. We wanted a reminder that October 16th, the City Council did adopt changing the ambulance fees. There was much discussion and background included there. I'll very briefly touch on it since all of y'all are aware of the issue. We adopted the fees, but didn't budget for that revenue or budget for any use of that revenue at that time. And so we do have some pressing needs that need to be addressed, and I do have the fire chief available to speak to that. But recall at that October 16th discussion that we noted, for example, these 5 needs. The training center, which we have the grant for, but of course there's a general fund local match required, the need to fund 2 ambulances per year, a dire need for updated software, and money set aside every year for fire truck, and then of course issues with the salaries there at the fire department.
And actually, I'd like to kind of make sure that we understand the salaries portion of it. We're not talking about just doing increases right now for one certain segment as far as our staff. We're looking at making sure that the pay grade, the steps and so forth are addressed, and make sure that compression issues are addressed also.
I would ask my same question.
Should this be, so your question is, should this be part of an upcoming
Today
budget discussion, or does this need to be dealt with today?
Staff's recommendation is that we do discuss taking some action today because of the needs. There is a philosophical discussion to have about should we dedicate or reinvest, or do we want to use it for any use? It's certainly available for that. The pressing needs I'll get to here on this last slide is that the software is no longer being supported by the company, and I'm kind of getting out of my comfort zone here, but the fire chief can speak to that the software is a dire need, and our staff running on hot calls is in danger of needing that software, and we have a fire truck that's in dire needs of being replaced at this time this year.
Okay, I'm also in the camp that we need to deal with this one today. My reason for that is the ongoing discussions with the previous city manager and Michael Dane and so forth. This is kind of a process-driven decision that they've been trying to implement, where they say, look, let's put a certain amount of money aside every year so that these fire trucks are paid for when they come along, and we don't have to do that. If you guys remember the ladder truck debacle, not really debacle, but you remember that all of a sudden you feel like you have to come up with $1 million to buy a ladder truck, and you You remember that? And so this is an effort to say, look, let's do so much a year all the time. And so I think good planning has gone in here, and that we ought to approve this with following their recommendations here of updating the software and doing the fire truck allowance, or not allowance, but set aside, so that when it's time to buy our fire trucks, the money's there and it's been planned and so forth. So in this case, I'd prefer that we not wait until budget time to deal with this, but that we do approve this. And so in the unusual and almost abnormal for me, I'm going to go ahead and make a motion that we approve item C as recommended by staff. Okay. So now let's see if
So
that
you're
gets-
you're making a motion for all 3 years of the
Yeah, I'm
next following
recommending.
3 years?
I am making a motion that we approve this as it is recommended by staff. This has been dealt with for several years, been planned on for several years. This is just them trying to do what they've been putting in place, and I want to support that and move it forward. So.
But I have a question that, also what, there's been meetings and whatnot, it's not salaries as a salary increase, it's an adjustment in their ratings of how they're currently rated.
Admittedly, there is more work to be done. That staff's plan does address the training center, updated software, and fire truck, which are our most urgent, critical
Right.
need
If you
right
go
now.
back to what I'm saying about the recommendation, doesn't have anything about salaries.
Okay, but we still are going to consider the adjustment in their
Correct.
positions.
Well, but the salary.
Well, not, the way it's recommended right now is the years 1, 2, and 3, the way it's presented. Now, the compression, as far as those adjustments and so forth, will be actually reviewed for our budget cycle coming up this year. That's not just to address the fire department, but other departments also are going to have some issues. But again, that's where the recommendation is coming from.
I know what she's thinking.
The item that Charlotte, and you're exactly right, the salaries were discussed. When we presented this item, we brought up the various things. We had salaries, we had fire trucks, we had ambulances, we had software issues. At the end of the day, all of those dollars come from somewhere. So you can take all this money and put it in the general fund and, distribute it to salaries or whatever. But the end of the day decision you all have to decide is all of those things have to happen in some form or fashion. Where we pay for them, it all washes out. But
Well, let's go back to the recommendation page for a second. What I'm describing today is saying, look, the money that they've been setting aside, I want it to be applied as staff has recommended it. I want any salary discussions to be done as part of the major budget discussions, because I don't want it to just be about the fire. I want those discussions to be held when you're talking about what do you want to do with the police, what do you want to do with the fire, what do you want to do with the rest of the staff, street and bridge, and on and on and on. So I would not want to support this personally if salaries were there, because I don't like compartmentalizing salaries for different groups. I would rather that be part of a broader, bigger discussion.
The bigger picture, yeah.
But I would like to be setting money aside for fire trucks, so that it just is set aside, and when you need a fire truck, you buy one, instead of it coming in as a special need like the last one did. So that's the reason.
You're asking, what I feel like you're asking is, let's approve this for the next 3 years, but I'm not having any warm and fuzzy feeling on a new sitting council to do the adjustments that we have been working on and looking at in the future for the firemen and for other departments. I just don't have a warm, fuzzy feeling that a new city council will carry that through. And I do believe that adjustments need to be made so that we don't continue to have these problems in the salary, if you want to call it that.
Well, that's fine, except for I can't support that today by any stretch, because they're not prepared to tell you what the salary needs are.
Right.
But wait a minute. Now, we're skipping over a November meeting that Charlotte was at, that Kendall was at, I was at. I don't know if Rick was there. I can't remember what city. I know Lisa Marley was there. Chief Dunn was there. And we hammered away until we had a win-win-win solution in which we saved money, we raised money for the fire training center, and we saved money for the taxpayers. Win-win-win. Did I get them all? Taxpayers, firemen, decompression issues, and our taxpayers. So win-win-win. We walked out of the meeting, and now we're presented this. So our meeting is not being considered here. And so we also, us three were able to meet and come up with a plan, and I just don't see it.
there is, the figures are there as far as Brian, and he has worked with the association as well, as far as what it would cost to fix the compression. So that information is done. We have worked on that. Like the mayor said, there's other salaries to be looked at. So whether you want to look at this in this particular compartment or you want to look at salaries as a whole, you know, I agree. When you should look at salaries, I agree. They should be adjusted. They need to be adjusted. Where you choose to pay for those.
And what
from,
I
when you
think
choose
I
to
hear
do it.
Charlotte saying is if we take care of salaries now, the fire truck will get taken care of it during the budget. It will, because we will. I mean, we won't, I'm with her, I don't get the warm fuzzies either. This has been going on for years and years.
Well, you didn't take care of the fire truck in the last year's budget either, or you wouldn't be talking about it in mid-year. We didn't vote this through. We voted to wait and look at it again. Mr. Morrison, I need to acknowledge you. You've been asking to be acknowledged.
Well, I guess the first thing I want to ask about is when did this meeting with Paul and Kendall and Charlotte take place when the rest of the council was not involved?
It wasn't a public meeting. It was a meeting to sort out ideas, to pitch things back and forth.
Wasn't all of us at one time.
No, it's just 3 of us. We can do 3. We can't do 4.
Yeah, but the decisions that we make on budget and everything else is supposed to be done right here
Well-
in the public and not done at a meeting somewhere else. And that, I've got a real serious problem with that. I think all this needs to be set back until budget time, and when budget time comes up, then we'll worry about it. We don't need to mess with this today. And I don't think we ought to be having meetings with 3 of us, making all these decisions with win-win-win, when the rest of the council and the public not even knowing anything about it.
Okay.
Decision.
I'm going to back up. I made a motion. It looks like it is dying for lack of a second to take staff's recommendation. Okay. Now, having said that, let's move forward then. What are you know, Mr. Morrison, are you going to make a motion that we do nothing with this today?
I'll make a
and push
motion,
it?
we do nothing with it, put it into the regular budget cycle, and then we'll all work it out. It can all be worked out in the budget cycle.
Okay, so I have a motion not to deal with this today, but to deal with it at another time as part of the budget decisions.
For the sake of discussion, I'm going to second that, but I've got a couple of questions for Brian. And I'm all for you guys and your department, but sell me a little bit more on the software, and then tell me what kind of condition of the fire truck is in today. That will it make it till the next budget cycle, or
4 months, probably. The software, we have not been supported. I had it in last year's budget, it was cut. I believe I had it in the previous year's budget. There's been no money for there. They haven't supported it. This is what we do all our data reporting, all our ambulance runs, our fire runs in. We report to IMFRS, which is the National Fire Incident Reporting System. All our ambulance run data that we send to the billing company, this is a system that I'm talking about that is unsupported by our current company. What they want us to do is upgrade, which is either this cost or more, or we find a different system. That's our 2 choices.
so we're behind the times as far as the software?
We're behind the
goes?
times.
And basically, he left out, if it goes down right now,
We're gonna have a problem.
we're out of business.
The fire truck is 18 years old. The recommended replacement for fire trucks is at 12 years. I have a capital plan that I have at 15 years. We buy good trucks, we take good care of them. They'll last 15 years, and then we roll them into reserve. This truck is now 18 years old, will be over 19 before it gets replaced, so it's not only used up its life, but used up my reserve time too. So and we're having some major mechanical issues with that truck also. I have another truck that's older than that, but at least it's not having quite as many issues.
So then what is the
Sir?
difference in
Do you
the
have-
truck, the $200,000 truck versus the next year's $310,000?
It's because they're trying to get to an annual number.
Right now, a regular fire pumper costs just over $400,000. I had about $50,000 for equipment that we replace on it, the air packs, all the other stuff that we replace, because they're on there for 15 years. And that's how we replace our air packs through our system, is when we get trucks, we replace our air packs. The $300,000, we need to buy a truck off a year. That's about $900,000 in present value cost. That's where the $300,000 on the $300,000 I put up on that PowerPoint back in October. That was present value cost for that. And
Yeah.
that's 2 trucks.
The other part of the fire truck is if this funding source is dedicated for the replacement of fire trucks in this fashion, the 300, 300, 300 for 2 trucks, What that does is the 250 per year that we're funding out of the 1.75 million we talked about in item A is freed up. So you're dedicating this funding source and covering the full need of the fire truck, which is a little higher than we're funding now. It frees that money up to be used as you see fit during the normal budget process. It also fully funds it at 250 per year, which is what the current commitment is. We're not getting that fully funded. So that was the basis behind the 310, and that is we set an equal amount aside each year in a 3-year cycle, and 2 of those years we're going to buy new trucks. So that was really, Brian kind of put that together. He said, this is what my needs are, and we tried to smooth the impact over all years rather than just hitting certain years. And so we like the idea that from a year-to-year basis, our commitment is relatively stable. It's not 450 this year, 450 next year, and then nothing the year after that. So we try to smooth that burden. And the debt service on the training center, we have a grant. Rick, do you remember how much that grant was? 1.2 million. 1.2 million. We're going to need to come up with some local match. Initial ideas included a debt issue where we service that debt over 10 years. Is that what you plan, Brian?
That was the one I submitted in October, which was about 170,000.
170 would cover that debt service. And so those are the 2 main parts of that recommendation.
Chief, would you also please address the training center and why now, and why it's needed?
The training center, when I came to y'all, right now TCEQ has issued me letters basically forbidding me to burn or do those kind of activities down at the training center. So we've got around it this last year, but if we get out where we cannot train firefighters and replace the ones that are leaving, this will cause our overtime to go through the roof. I know most of y'all probably weren't here in 2003, but I lost through retirement, and what we gained, our overtime bill went up to $800,000 that year. So I mean, that was 2.5 times what we normally ran at the time. So it takes 14 months to get these people through training, and if we cannot replace them in a timely manner, not only is that going to happen, we will have huge bills on the operational side. Also, the training center is a component of the ISO rate. It is worth several points from what we have to do out there. Goodfellow Air Force Base, we do a little bit of training out there. Last week I talked to 3 of them because I know in the past people have talked to them about stuff we do out there. We can do a little bit of training with Goodfellow. Most of it is on a few hours or maybe a day basis. I talked to Chief Foote, Ken Johnson, and I had a meeting scheduled with Colonel Furlan, which is over the fire mission out there. He had to leave, but I talked to his chief master, I believe he's a chief master sergeant, about the possibility if we could do broader scope training out there. It's not possible to run a 4.5-month rookie training school out there. Right now they are working on their fiscal year 2015 classes that they're putting together, and they are over, I believe the words they used was overtaxed. They have more requests than they actually have slots for to fill for the military needs right now. So
and we explore that option as an opportunity perhaps foregoing the purchase of a training center to see if perhaps you can come up with some type of agreement with the Goodfellow Air Force Base that would allow for that. But as the chief mentioned, that's not really an option.
Not. Well, and that process is in play out at Howard College. Okay, listen, I have a motion and a second. They said for sake of discussion, but I don't, my perspective again, we went through this process kind of October, November and said we didn't make a decision. We're going to let the new city manager review. He's reviewing and he's approving of the staff recommendation. You have the fire chief sitting here saying, this is what I need to do with this money. So I'm kind of at a loss. I think we should be supporting this. Anyway, I have a motion and a second to push this until budget time, and so I'm going to take a vote on that. Is there anything else related to this item before I call for that vote? Okay, public input on this. Come Come on up.
Mayor, Council, Bubba Barnett, President of the Firefighters Association. I just have a few points I want to mention here. We've been told by the city over the years that you can find one-time money easier than ongoing funding sources such as capital funds. We've not been able to fix our pay scale problems because there's not been ongoing funding source. You're sitting and deciding on that funding source right now. Money that is being charged from the work our firefighters, paramedics are doing right now as we speak. This is the only opportunity we have seen to fix our problems in many years, if ever. Just want to give a little background on our pay scale stuff. I've been involved with our pay issues for about 10 years. Our pay scale is a disaster. There's no way to see where you are in the pay scale, and not many firefighters could tell you where they're at on it. We have not been able to give a fair pay raise across the board to all ranks since I've been involved. The differential between each ranks now is like 8% to 29% between each rank. So a 3% raise to all firefighters is what the city normally tries to do every year. It's not really fair when the differentials are that far out. The firefighters for the last several years have asked the city staff to tell us the amount you can give us for raises and let us use that money to help fix our pay scale problems and make it more fair. Until last year, that is what we have done. We took our 3% across the board, or whatever the city has allowed that year, and tried to fix our problems, knowing that many would not get a raise. This is a hard sell to firefighters who would not get a raise that year, but meant it was better for our pay scale and for our department. Last year, we did not do that because we were under the impression that this decision before us today would fix our problems. We have several people in steps right now that will lose money if they promote. We worked very hard several years back to get us out of that position where guys lost money to promote. And last year, knowing this was on the verge, we tried to get this implemented last year. It didn't work out quite in a timeline. We were told to work on it, come back, and this is where we were at. We did meet with council and some staff, and we were under the impression last year that this pay scale correction was a goal, and that as soon as Chief Dunn and I had the numbers worked out, we could implement with council approval. So we're here to implement this. I'm not sure why staff is all of a sudden going towards recommending capital needs. Capital needs are easier to find, but we don't have this ongoing funding source very often. So firefighters also do not have meet and confer. We try to have a good working relationship with council and staff. We trust that you will listen and consider our concerns and make the decisions that you feel is right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Other public input? Okay. I've got a motion and a second to move this, not to make any action today or take any action today and move this into the future budget discussions. All those in favor of that, please say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
I'm a nay. There's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Need a new motion. Okay.
Okay, and I see I'm some kind of halfway between you and halfway between where they are down here. I could go for approving the software and the training center, and then we deal with the fire trucks in the regular budget. And so that will be my motion to approve the recommendation to make a motion to accept the software and training center proposal.
Okay. Sir.
I think the point that Bubba just made is something that I think that needs to be discussed. I think that staff needs to I think they need to consider this. And I think if we start designating this money right now instead of incorporating what they're asking for, I think that's a disservice to them. And if we will just put this in line and do it according to the schedule and do this in our budget cycle, then we can not only take care of the software and the fire truck and the training center, but we also can address our firemen. The money is there. It's just a matter of appropriating it. I don't see why we have to appropriate it today when we need to look at a good total picture, and we can do that in our budget cycle. I don't see any reason to rush in on this.
I would like to just weigh in on Mr. Barnett's comments. We have been working for several years in a way to adjust the salaries so that they don't take a penalty for promotion. We've been trying to get there. We're still not there. To me, this is not to consider a salary increase for that department. They were told by the council to come up with a way that we could adjust these salaries. And you know, when I stop and think of the work that they do, I have to put that man ahead of any capital improvements first. I could go along with a second on Mr. Hirschfield's motion on the software, the training center, but I would like to include in there that adjustments be made accordingly that we have been working on in that area.
Okay, I can't support doing anything with a designated fund for salaries. That makes no sense to me at all. So next year, ambulance fees go for that. The third year, they go for that. My sense of what we should be doing and what you should be doing as a council on salaries is fixing their problem and other problems. You've got real salary issues to deal with, and they're not beginning wage issues per se, because if you go through, they get applications, they get people in school. It's compression problems. It's what he described when he said, why would I take a job, the next job, to make less money? You got to infuse real dollars in this, and it needs to be done through the way that you spend your general fund dollars, a much bigger number, $54 million, $57 million a year that you have to deal with there. That's what should be part of your annual budget discussion, is what are we going to do about salaries, and not just for these guys who have a problem and need the problem fixed, but the police department has a compression problem. You need to deal with that and fix that. You have compression problems in multiple departments at the city, and so I don't want to use a designated ambulance fee fund for that kind of thing. I do like the idea of using a designated ambulance fee fund for fire trucks, so you don't have to come with that money out of the general fund when it's time, because then you don't have the money to pay them. And so that's, again, it's looking at it for how do you want to skin the animal. It's not saying they don't need money for their compression problem. They do need money for their compression problem. But you guys ought to be tackling that as a council during the budget, and you ought to be handling issues related to salaries for the police department, for the fire department, for the street and bridge folks, for anyone else that's got a compression problem. So I don't understand why we're bringing that up today as something to do with a designated fund. So that's my concern. Okay.
And conceptually, I'll agree with what you're saying. And I guess the point of the motion of what I made is that what it does is it kind of leaves an excess out there that we can discuss at budget cycle on what to do with that. That's my only point, is that whether it allows a potentially $200,000 as a discussion point that brings it up and say, okay, we are going to do this. And I'm in agreement. We need to deal with fire, police, parks, everybody. We need to deal with it across the board. That's just my...
Yeah. Let me just add very quickly also, and Mike just alluded to this a little while ago, is that the thing about budgeting right now as far as for the fire truck with the ambulance fees, designating that, is that does free up monies as far as the general fund and to address compression issues coming into this next, as far as the fiscal year and looking at the different departments and so forth, but especially the the fire department. But at this point, we're saying that those monies will be freed up, will be used to focus in on that.
And that's good. But my point on that is that I would like to see that, and I think that's something we can do in the general fund discussion. But it's also holding us accountable during the discussion process to say that we're not just going to cut that fund by $200,000 or $250,000 that we were budgeting in, that we're going to do something else with that. That's kind of my point of saying that it's just ensuring that it's there.
Okay, Mr. Alexander.
And you were talking about how it's just a different way of skinning the cat, and I agree with that. And Mr. Morrison said we need to have a conversation on this. And I'll say that's why we met in November, is to have a conversation and beat this around and bat it around until we come up with something that we can bring to council and say, look, this is what we came up with. And that's what I didn't see here. But what I think we're saying here is that some of us here want to prioritize the decompression issue over the fire truck. The fire trucks, we're going to deal with that. when the budget comes, we're going to deal with that. But we're trying to say this decompression issue it cannot go, we can't keep pushing it off. It's got to be handled and addressed, and we have pushed it off and done that too many years. And I think that's what we're saying here is we got to get to it now. The fire truck, we won't push it off. We won't, because the fire truck will break and we'll have to deal with it. But the firemen, we can push them off for a long time, and we don't want to do that anymore. I don't.
Okay.
Well, there's no second on a motion, so I have no motion
It's a pretty good motion because it leaves flexibility, but what I'm trying to do is get the message in here that we've got to deal with the firemen and their compression issue.
And we do.
So it's a pretty good motion.
No one disagrees, though. It's
Then
just
I'll second the motion.
Okay, so now I have a motion and a
It needs to
second.
go in the minutes, though, that some of us, at least in the council, prioritize the fireman's decompression issue.
But your motion was the
There's a
software
motion,
and the train?
right, there's a motion and a second to accept staff's recommendation related to the software and training center debt, declining to accept the recommendation on the fire truck, to leave that money aside for future discussion at budget time, whether it's for a fire truck or for pay or for whatever. That's what your motion is, okay? So what they're saying is, we want to follow staff's recommendation on the software and in years 2 and 3 on the training center debt, but we are declining to support the fire truck. We want to leave that $200,000 in year 1 and $310 in years 2 and 3 for discussion at budget time, and we would then bring up or discuss salaries and other things and whether the fire truck gets that money. So
$820,000.
We're just kind of compromising. We're not accomplishing. We had something before. There's a win-win-win. Now this is a compromise.
But even
there's
that,
nothing
in
happening
that
here.
motion, are we promising or not promising a fire truck or 2 next year?
You're not promising anything about fire trucks. What you're doing is taking that $200,000 and sticking it aside to be discussed at budget time.
Because and I feel for Bubba and for Chief. I understand salaries, but we have a salary issue across the board, I wish you guys had a meet and confer, I wish you had some arm out there that would speak out for you guys, and I guess sort of a way you do. But if your fire truck is falling apart, your 19-year-old soon-to-be fire truck, I have a concern with that. Software, I could support year 1. Salaries, totally different animal.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second for the software and the training centers, okay? Is there public input on this before I call for that vote? Come on up.
My name's Fred Barnett, and I'm a battalion chief with the fire department. And first, I guess I got a question. It was the $180,000 got cut for the software?
We're going to approve it. The motion is to approve
because
that part.
And all the meetings I sat in on, we never could find a program that was compatible. This is the first time I'd heard that the money was, it's always been budgeted. We could not, as a department, find a program that was better than what we had.
It was never approved.
Okay. So, but Mayor, you talked about this is all in the upper ranks, is where this compression deal comes along. And so I brought to you, because we're going to deal with this.
I didn't say that.
Well, you said that it's not the guys on the low end, it's when guys are looking at promotions.
That's not what I said.
Okay.
That's not what I said. What I said was, it's not a beginning wage issue, it is a compression issue.
Okay.
As soon as someone wants to take a promotion, and that promotion is not attractive, wherever that is, from level 1 to level 2, or from level 9 to level 10, at any point that someone looks at the next job and says, I'm not sure I want to take that job because of pay, then you have a compression problem.
And that's exactly how I heard it. But I want to tell you that it does affect people in the very beginning when they're looking at this job. And it happened just last night. We made a run, and when we got done, we stopped at the Stripes to fill up with fuel, and a gentleman walked over 2 pumps, said he works in the oil field, he's a certified firefighter from Midland, and also a certified EMT, and he took a job in the oil field because they paid better, and he had to look out for his family first. And he asked, we told him that we just tested and that he wanted to apply here. Even though he made more money in the oil field right now, this is what his calling was. And he said, well, what does a firefighter make? So forth. And we talked a little bit about it, and he's going to apply. What I got here is I just want to show you. This is, if I can, this is a pay grid from Austin. And I don't want you to look at the numbers because the numbers are astronomical compared to what we make here. But this is the concept that we've been fighting for years. When we talk about a guy that gets on the fire department, and especially now in San Angelo, because of the oil activity, that a guy can say, I can plan my career by looking at this pay grid. I can say, in 8 years, this is where I could be. I could look at these different promotions, and I can just drop down here, and I could see roughly what I could make. It can't get any worse than this. And again, don't look at these numbers and say, well, you're asking us to pay $81,000 to this fire captain. Don't look at those numbers. Look at the concept. And this is what we're trying to do so that you can plan out your career. So when a guy that's got less than 10 years is saying, and we have this happen, and we're going to see it happen more often. Guy says, I've got 8 years on the department. Where could I be in 12 or 15? Or where could I be out in the oil field? This is the concept that we've been fighting for and trying to fix. And that's the idea. It's not salaries. It's about to take some of that money and try to fix this problem. In order to do that, the way this deal works is you get paid for your experience. The way we do it here, you get promoted. You're a firefighter with 15 years of experience. You get promoted to driver. Now you're just a 1-year driver, and you go all the way back here. So there is no incentive for a guy with 15 years of experience to ever promote. And guess what? Guy with 2 years as a firefighter jumps up, makes driver. And that's what's happened back the first time we tried to do this in about 2006. We made the first attempt to fix this compression problem. All right? And we need to finish this deal. So when you look at this scale, and the reason it costs money is because when you come down and the guy promotes, he comes down and each year he sees an increase, or every 3 years or whatever it is, for his experience. When he gets promoted, if you look at the bottom, and again, this is Austin. I'm not saying these are the numbers we're asking for, but look at the bottom. Rank differentials. All rank differentials are 8%, except captain to battalion chief, which is 9%, and then chiefs and so forth. All right? So when he promotes, he gets whatever percentage we come up with. You get that percentage pay raise to take on the next responsibility. And you carry all the years of experience and the pay you get for that with you. That's it in a nutshell. And because we've never attempted to fix that, it's going to take some money in the beginning to fix it. But it is not a salary. It is an attempt to fix this pay scale grid, this compression problem, so that we can simplify it. So this would be a great recruiting tool. This you can get on the Austin Fire Department website. They tested yesterday. They're testing 4,500 to 5,000 every time they test. And granted, it's a much bigger department. We had 73 pass the test. After the physical test, we now have 44 left on the list. 44 people. That's all we got.
Okay, and what do you need?
Well, he's talking about 8, maybe 10. And after backgrounds, I don't know, Chief, what we
That's
say.
my whole point. That is proof in a nutshell that you don't have a beginning wage problem. What you have is a compression problem. And all I'm saying is I'm very supportive of fixing the compression problem. Whether it's the way you're describing or something similar is fine with me. I'm very supportive of fixing your compression problem. What I'm not supportive of is using a designated fee for salaries. I believe that we have a responsibility to fix pay issues wherever they exist. In your world, in the street and bridge world, in the accounting and finance world, wherever it is, we have an obligation, and it's to you and to everybody that has a compression problem.
And I understand that. And here's the difference to some degree, in that the training that goes in to be a firefighter and a paramedic, and as soon as they get that training here, they can go off to greener pastures everywhere else. And so we have to provide them something that says, hey, I can look at this and see down the road where I could be.
Right.
And so that's, again, this is the goal. This is what we're trying to get to in some form or fashion right here. It's something that we can show them, the simplicity, and say, hey, this is where you could be down the road, worst case scenario. And then as you give a raise, you start at the bottom, and then all the numbers just adjust to
If-
fill that in.
But even that
It's
is
that
if
simple.
people retire and there's a position open. If, I mean, it's not as simple as you're describing it.
I was with Austin. I believe it can be that simple.
Okay.
I do believe it can be. that
Very
simple.
good. Thank
If
Mr.
you
Barnett
have
or
it
even
this way.
Chief Dunn, when we talk about the compression problem, is there a price tag to that problem? Well, what are we talking about?
And this is not like Chief Barnett's deal, because I am by no means a compensation expert, but the one that Bubba and I had worked up to fix part of these problems was just under $250,000
On an annual basis.
on an annual basis.
And
The price of
again,
a fire truck.
well, but again, what I'm saying to you is you need to deal with that. You also need to deal with it at the police department, where you have the same compression problem. You also need to deal with it in some of your other departments. And one would think that in a time, you know, what happens is when we first started in '09, the problem was the economy goes to hell, and what you're really trying to do is figure out what to cut or not cut and those kinds of things. Then you go through a growth. You guys are about, those of you that are on this council are about to go through a process where you have money. You have it. You've got income from hotel motel tax increases. You have income from sales tax increases. You have income from property tax increases because you're going to have more properties on the tax rolls because of people coming in and buying properties and those kinds of things. So your issues are going to be the discipline to know that you plan things appropriately. But you're going to have the money to deal with this compression problem. You're going to have the money to deal with the compression problems in other departments. So you're going to have the money. The issue is, how do you fix the problem, and do you do it in a sustainable way? I'm just not for fixing one of them and not the others. And I'm not for doing it with a designated fund.
Compression on one hand, or buy you a new fire truck on the other. That's what we're.
No. Buy him a fire truck here with designated funds, and that frees up money in the general fund so that you can deal with his compression problem.
Okay.
And even if you put, it's going to take money to fix the compression problem, but you're going to have to fundamentally change the way the pay system works, or you will be doing this again in 7-8 years.
Yeah, what he described is exactly very clear. What he's saying is, if I go out here and I'm a frontline fireman for 5 years, and then I get to be a driver, I don't get any money for the 5 years I've been on the department. I go back to become a level 1 driver. So if I'm making more money as a 5th-year fireman, why would I be a one-year driver? So that's a compression problem, and it doesn't matter where it is, and it needs to be fixed. What needs to happen, in the way he described they're doing it in Austin, he's saying there's a differential by position. So I'm in here and I'm year 1 and I go along, and now I'm in year 5 as a fireman and I promote to driver. Well, there's also a 9% differential built in. So in one of the numbers he said 9%. So my pay would go from where I am up 9% because I'm now a driver, but now I just keep moving along the driver scale, year 6, year 7, so I still get 3% or 2% or whatever along, and then I decide, okay, now I'm going to be the next thing. I don't have to go back over here and start as year 1. I just keep moving. And I understand that, and I do think you have a compression problem. So I'm just saying, y'all ought to be dealing with those compression problems across the board. And you talked about it 6 months ago and said, we understand we got issues with salaries and we've got issues with pay. It's got to be dealt with. There's got to be a solid plan. You ought to support it when it's time. I don't think this is the time.
Just for the record, this is the very same plan that when I was with Austin in '95, it was exactly this. The numbers are a little bit different because of pay raises, but all they do is just plug them in and go. There's no sliding scale. They don't have to reconfigure that stuff. The difference in having a funding source and not having a funding source, and you talk about all the influx of monies, what happens when it goes bust? The ambulance fees don't go bust. And so that problem is fixed. If you implement something like this and you base it on a general fund and you don't have that steady funding source, this can't work. This falls apart.
And the street and bridge guys, what about them?
Well,
they have their own problems, right? They just have their own problem.
That was going to be my question. You know, we talk about compression at your end, and we talk about compression at even the police department's end. But what about the staff, all the staff members in between? Is there a compression problem there?
Well, the difference is in part because police and fire are civil service. You go through promotions with exams and things like that, whereas in other departments you don't do that. And I'm not saying that they're not just as important, but it is a unique situation that we deal with all the time, and that you've got guys with less experience. A supervisor doesn't promote somebody. They don't handpick. You've got the experience, you're promoting. You go through a written exam process. Mm-hmm. How do you get those senior guys with the experience? The chief can't say, you've got 15 years, I'm going to promote you to driver. It has to be a written process. If the guy doesn't sign up, the chief can't say, well, I'm going to pick you anyway.
And I do think in those other areas, under civil service, there's certain areas you got to start, at least I believe in the other areas that are non-civil service, they can actually give them a raise. They're not tied by civil service law.
Mrs. Farmer?
Mr. Mayor, I agree with everything that you said and every concept that you said, and that is the smart business way to handle this. Where I have a problem is the compression. The gentleman's exactly right. Since 2006, we have been talking about dealing with our compression problem. Since 2006, we have been talking about dealing with the percentages of a living wage for the rest of the people that aren't firemen or policemen. We have talked. It's kind of reminds me of 1907. They've talked about a permanent water source, and we still don't have it. And I guess that's my only hang-up, is if we could just address and say deal with the compression problem, I could support it.
I have a solution.
May I add?
I'm just.
Let me let Mr. Valenzuela recap, and then let me get us back on this. What you're talking about right now is a motion that we have in play that said, I want to adopt the software and the 2 training center debt issues and ignore the fire truck issues for now and let that become part of a discussion at budget time. And that discussion would include the compression problem. And these funds could be in play at that time. I mean, that's because we're not designating these funds. I won't be here to tell you that's the wrong way to do it, that you ought to just be using general fund dollars and so forth. You'll decide what you want to do then. But the motion in play is the software and the 2 training center debt items only. Fire truck being pushed out of it, and that money being continued to being available for budget talks and what to do with pay at that time. Mr. Alexander.
A broken fire truck will force its way into the budget. It will get there. A broken fire truck, you can see you've got a problem. It'll get funded. A broken pay scale won't. Ms. Farmer's saying that, and I'm saying the same thing. So somehow we got to force the broken pay scale into the budget coming up. And so I think
I don't understand this. There's a consensus amongst people that are going to be here that I don't get this at all. If you guys want this to be an important issue in a budget process, you're going to drive it as a point.
And I'm going to try to make sure it gets driven, and that what you have worked out, Chief Bunn, done with Bubba, that scale, if it can be. If I could see it right now, we could approve it as in concept that we want it brought forward in the budget. That's what we do for months and months, and then at the very end we vote yes or no. But if it can make it in there, no fire truck funded today. If that comes with the fire truck later, at the same time, then this will work. It'll come to a head.
But the fact is, Mr. Silvas will be here. Ms. Farmer will be here. One of the 2, Mr. Morrison and Mr. Hirschfeld, will be here. There are enough people that have heard this discussion today sitting at this table, including the city manager and others. That process is going to move forward if they continue to think that's what really needs to be fixed. So there's no, and we can't hold their hands to anything anyway. You can't tell a future council what to do.
We can send forward a recommendation.
We can move forward. Well, we've already got the motion in a second. I was prepared to make a motion but I have to hear the first one.
You have a motion in a second. Call for the vote. This will simply fund the software and the training center debt, leave the other money there for the future discussions at budget time. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
3-3.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept and approve the software and the training center, and at this time put the salary compression on the next council meeting or the first meeting in June.
For discussion?
Mm-hmm.
I'll second that.
So we would send up a recommendation to the next council. This is what we
Yes,
figured out. Now, we've
that's-
done this in
that's
November, so
my
we're
motion.
We're
That's
going to do it again
exactly-
as a group, like Mr. Morrison wants to do it. So we've worked on this, and we have thought years. I mean, there's a lot of experience here, and this is what we think would work best.
And that's the first step.
I can go for that.
That's my motion. It moves us off of High Center off this and keeps it to the compression
Okay, hang on.
in schedule.
I've got to understand the motion right quick, okay? The motion is to accept the software and the training center debt items and to ask for the compression issue to be discussed at a future agenda?
At the first meeting in June.
Are we within scope? Are we okay?
Is it all for discussion?
Oh, I thought we can ask for first meeting in
No,
June,
just
can't we?
the compression will all be for discussion, because in my motion, the other is taken care of.
To discuss an agenda item and take action if necessary,
It's just discussion.
or just discussion?
To make a
I mean-
recommendation to the next council.
Well, her motion is that we talk about compression at the next, at either the next or the following.
June, yeah.
Yes.
Okay, outstanding.
Say
As
it
long
like
as
it
we're
is.
okay, I'm okay.
That's
I
good.
just
Say it
want to
like
be
it
sure.
is.
All right, I have a motion to accept the recommendation for software and the training center debt and to put the compression issue on the June 1st agenda. And Mr. Silvas, did you second that motion?
He did.
Well, she caught me off guard. I didn't know she was gonna include. I wish you would have done the discussion on the compression separate and just done the first two.
We can't. It's not on the agenda. I'll second it.
I mean, that really is the same thing we just
Okay.
voted on. that-
Guys, we have beat this to death. I'm not gonna
Have a second.
keep debating. I'm gonna call for a vote, okay? You're voting now to accept the software training center debt issues in years 1, 2, and 3, to not fund the fire truck in years 1, 2, and 3, and to have a discussion or asking for an agenda item to talk about the compression issue on June the 1st, okay?
First meeting in June.
The first meeting in June.
Just a comment. I don't know why we are supporting these expenditures. I don't have a problem, one, with the compression. I think it ought to be brought forward. I think it ought to be discussed, because I didn't even hear about it until today, these figures, and there's no way we can make a decision on anything this quickly. I don't have a problem with the discussion on the compression issues. I think it needs to come forward, and I think staff needs to look at it, and in the budget cycle, it can be adopted. But I am not in favor of these expenditures until the budget cycle. So I will vote against this, but I will make a motion to go with the compression issues at the next meeting. I think that's a wonderful idea. It needs to be out there, but I don't want to tie them together.
Okay, they are tied together in this motion, so remember that in your vote, okay? Okay, call for the vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Okay, can I get a,
3 and 3.
who had the
close.
second?
I had the second.
Or was it Mr. Alexander? 'Cause he was
Well-
Mr. Alexander.
Mr. Alexander was the second.
Okay.
Alexander?
I'd say this is a
Let me
dead
try this
issue.
one more time.
Okay?
I'm going to make a motion that all of these expenditures be rolled forward, because the money is there, it's being collected, it's not being spent. Let's just leave it where it is, let it continue to come in. And then in the budget cycle, we will put it in the appropriate spot that it needs to be for use. But at the next council meeting, I think we ought to discuss the compression issues that the firemen have brought up, so the staff can get an idea of what they want, and then we can make a decision.
Second.
Okay. This was to postpone all of this and to have a future agenda item. And so it seems like to me, I keep not understanding why we're allowing a vote on a future agenda item now. But anyway, I got it, okay? A motion and a second to not fund any of this now and to then talk about compression on the.
And it's really a future agenda item is
on
all
the
it
June
is.
1st agenda, okay? So, a call for that vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right, let's table the whole discussion to the next meeting. Put Vardaman up here with us. We'll have 7, we won't have ties.
And I will second that.
Okay,
Table it.
This needs to be deferred to the next meeting. That's my motion.
Excuse me.
Names?
Did you vote
Nays.
aye or nay
Aye.
on the last vote?
Aye.
Three
Three
ayes.
ayes.
Wait a minute, we have four.
Okay.
Too many 3-3 votes. Let's wait till you've got 7 on the council. That way something can be decided.
Okay, I will table item number 19, item 19C, for discussion at another council meeting. Move on then to item number 21.
Can we not go eat?
Well, we'd like one item.
20.
20 was tabled.
Tabled at the beginning.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry.
20 was tabled. All we like is 21.
I'll be brief. Although there are 2 items for item 21, the information is directly relevant to both, so I'll kind of be giving you just a singular presentation with the background of what we've done. We can get into more detail, but it sounds like a lot of the concern is based upon the duties before the combination versus after, and so I've just done a quick chart to show you what some of those things are.
I asked this to come forward.
Okay.
So let me really tell you what my issues are.
Please do, go ahead.
And to me, when we did further discussion, we realized that there was not a problem of meeting attendance, and that was all resolved, and so that was a good topic.
Okay.
I'm happy on that
Okay.
side. So I'm not in disagreement with that.
Okay.
The issue that I had was really, I guess it was the boundaries of what was
Okay.
boundaries.
The expansion of the river
expansion
corridor
of the
area.
boundaries. That's really the problem that I've got, because the discussion that I'd like to have is having the river corridor, one, and then you can have the historic whatever, have overview over the entire area, but I don't want it as river corridor.
Okay.
That's my point.
Okay.
So where was the river corridor's boundaries before the change?
The map that you have here, the area in red with the blue border, is the expansion area that you added back in August of 2012.
And what do we need to do to
Undo.
reduce that so that the downtown portion, the historic preservation portion of this has that, but the river corridor does not have that pink area?
Okay. The historic preservation part of it is only going to apply even now to properties that have the historic overlay zone. So
Right.
changing, modifying this doesn't affect that in any way. In order to restore, I guess would be the best word, the original boundaries of the corridor, we would need to do that through an ordinance. And so we would need to prepare and bring to you and have upon 2 readings an ordinance revision that would mimic, we would pull out the original ordinance
So
essentially.
then what would the roles of the Design and Historic Review Committee be for the
It
rest?
they would have no role unless the property had a historic overlay designation.
So the only thing that, with the rules and regulations that we expanded to that territory
Mhm.
was via the river corridor.
Correct. And this may help a little bit. This lays out the before and after of what the duties of this group were. And so the original Historic Preservation Commission had 2 functions. One was to confer the designation, the historic overlay, and the second was to hear requests for what we call a certificate of appropriateness, which is to take an already designated property and make some changes to the building. After, with this combination, that is still the only 2 powers of a historic nature that this group has. So that is consistent, and moving these boundaries would not affect that in any way. Now, what it would affect would be these other duties. Before, the river corridor had essentially 7 different types of requests that were required to go through them, and now only 2 of those remain. And so those requests would only be required to go before this board in the original corridor if you revise the boundaries. And I hope that that makes some sense.
Okay. So it's a question of whether we're basically going to,
I mean, it sounds like what, and forgive me, I don't know what conversation you might have had or thought process you've gone through, but it sounds like you're saying let's just simply undo the expansion. But if I'm not understanding that there's more to it, please correct me.
No, that's,
No, it's really that. It's that you can look at the green area that's there now, and it's logical that a river corridor commission would have something to say about what happens in that space. Okay?
Sure, I understand.
You can take a look up there where it says East College Avenue crosses South Chadbourne, and you got to wonder what the River Corridor Commission has to do with that.
Well, and looking back through and preparing for this, there was a resolution, you may remember, from downtown San Angelo that made this recommendation. And in their resolution, they talk about these boundaries would ensure the consistent application of design standards in the historic district similar to those enjoyed by the river corridor, and therefore promote economic development of downtown. So that was their suggestion to
We think
the
the unintended consequence and the practical outcome is that it's doing the opposite. It's making it harder for people to do business downtown instead of easier. So
onerous.
It's more onerous. And so I would like to see us move forward on the ordinance that takes the boundaries back to where they were. So anyway, this is a discussion item. Well, it says possible action, but I'm not so sure that we really are doing anything except
You can just give us
giving
the direction to write that amendment, essentially.
Are you guys on this?
I'm still unclear why, I mean, what is the underlying reason for that? I mean, are they tying these businesses' hands?
Here's the theory, the concept of why expanding that area. Because you've got all these old buildings, and as far as the development, and they're wanting a consistency and where it all kind of blends and matches. So again, in theory, it's a good idea. And that's why I think it went the way it did. In reality, there are some pretty stringent and sticky rules related to the river corridor. Meaning, and I'll give this example, that I can't post this up because now it's a sign. I have to go down to the permits and inspection and get a permit for that, which is, under the words, ludicrous. Okay? So
that was the first phone call I got, was I have to get a permit for a sign this size. So
and I'm serious. And
that's onerous on staff also. I mean, when we talk about enforcement and talking about adapting to what could be a booming economy in a function that will really bear a lot of the brunt of that, enforcement of, we want to make sure that this is a priority. If that's what we want them to enforce, because they're already under a burden, and that burden is growing.
Correct.
So it's onerous for occupants of these facilities.
Well, then if I may be so bold as to make this suggestion, it sounds like the problem is not just the boundaries. It sounds like, in addition to that, perhaps that section of the ordinance should be examined.
Some of the rules.
Perhaps. And we could do those simultaneously.
That's what I wanted to hear, because, I'm okay. And of course, it doesn't affect me, but now I'm getting this other side of it, that, hey, maybe those rules need to be looked at even more stringent, because if they're tying his hands or anybody else's business owners downtown, then I have a concern with it.
But I mean, you solve the problem just by restricting them back to their previous spot too.
But you would think they would want to be a part of this historic.
Why do you want the river corridor to be part of something they can't even see from the river? I mean,
well, again, I think the intentions were good, which was to create cohesiveness.
But you know, this happens elsewhere too. There are issues up on closer to 19th, 23rd, where you can't do things up there that would be good for the revitalization of that area, for investment in that area. But you have a group with a notion of what things need to look like, and they have too much power.
Just fine tuning.
I could go with that direction of pulling it back.
I just think you ought to pull it back.
AJ, how far south does that river corridor boundary go?
This is going to continue around, and it will go as far west as the western side of North Bryant.
I'm sorry, how far south?
Oh, I'm sorry. This section here, it's about 2 blocks off of the map here.
Do we know what that southern boundary is? Is that Washington?
Not off of the top of my head, I don't.
Okay.
I believe it was Washington. And I have no problem with pulling it back, but I want you, AJ, if you would, if there are any other folks that this is affected by, I'm talking about the rules being too stringent, then I'd like to know that.
Well, I think that the rules for this group are not as stringent as everyone makes them out to be. I think the definition of what is a sign and requires permitting is perhaps what is stringent. This commission has guidelines that are already written in the form of the River Corridor Master Plan, which anybody can pull up and see if their plans fit into that, and it's very easy to do. They're very loosely written. So the calls that we get are not really about those things. Most people understand and say, yeah, this is an important part of town, and we need to be mindful of how we blend into the area. But what requires consideration as a sign is what we get the calls about.
Well, there's a lot more to it than that. You can't build a building without being told, from the river I can see that. It's the back of the building. It's not what shows on the street on the other side, but I don't want that made out of metal. I want it to be brick like the front of the building. That's exactly what they've said to some people.
But
so
that's not surprising. That is in a document that you can pull up online and you can read through what's encouraged.
Okay,
That's
and
not the group just choosing things
But
out
so
of the
setting
air.
up the purview of where they can say that and restricting it to an area that's close to the river is a hell of a good idea. It doesn't need to be everything they can see, and some things they can't see.
I'm not
they're
disagreeing.
I know. I'm debating up here, not with you, but I'm pointing out that's why I feel so strongly about it. They are very controlling about what happens, and it keeps people from investing money, and I don't like that.
Even they're controlling to the point of what they'll tell me what the front of my store would look like or can look like.
I think we have to be accurate about this. When you make an application to this group, you will turn in renderings and samples of what you're planning to do. And staff will look at a plan document and say, does this meet or does this not meet what this plan states? Just like we do to you about the comprehensive plan. You ultimately can
Now, this may be
decide you
where I
want
am
to do something
debating,
different.
Ms. Favre, because the example I gave you of metal versus brick isn't out of the air. It is a
It's in the
project.
plan.
It happened.
Well, and I'm not saying it didn't happen. What I'm saying is those fundamental concepts are in a planning document. They shouldn't be any surprise to anyone. We make that available and
Correct,
say,
but the point
this
is
is the
that
document
the only
we're
reason
measuring
that
you
they're
against.
associated with the description he's just saying is because we expanded the borders.
I completely understand that.
And so
I
that's
just
all we're
think
saying is that bring the
to
borders
be fair,
back
I
down.
need to defend that group as being more than arbitrary. I don't know that they would particularly like that.
I'm not really saying they're arbitrary. I'm saying they have too much scope.
One thing I'd like to add is this change was made late last calendar year, and we're just now, Kendall, has been a few weeks since we started getting phone calls. I think that our planning staff, and probably the one who's tagged with enforcement is Al Torres, has been working very gently since then. He started with some letters, he made some personal contact, and very gently trying to implement the change that was necessary. And of course, AJ was very supportive of him. But I think they did a good job of trying to gently implement the change. And ultimately, the change is achieved this onerous label. And so we're probably looking at another change to roll it back. But I do think for it to have been implemented so gently that we didn't get more of this attention sooner, I think is a testament to the gentleness, the tenderness that staff tried to use.
Ms. Faber, also let me see if the council supports this and consensus or not. But you said you thought there might be a problem with another ordinance that's causing grief. I would say that this council, at least, would support you bringing anything to the
Okay.
council that you think is the reduction of regulation, where you're saying, I think that's causing too much grief. We think you guys ought to consider rolling that back, redefining what a sign is, so we quit having to permit that. You should feel free to bring that unrelated to this issue.
Okay.
And bring it in here and say.
I just didn't want you to change this area and not overlook the fact that you may still get some calls from people,
In specific,
even in the smaller area.
12.702.
But I'm just, I'm just saying to you, if there's something that you think, hey, this is causing a lot of grief, we'd like to broaden that language and make it less specific because we're having to enforce something that seems not such a big deal. By golly, bring it to us and let us make your enforcement life easier.
And possibly the sign ordinance could be looked at.
So,
There's another one of the problems.
okay. Okay, I think you've got direction.
I think so.
And you can take all the pins out of the quill or cushion or whatever if you feel like I was throwing them
You
at
sure
you.
you're clear?
So-
You're clear?
Okay.
No comment.
All right. But I didn't mean to kill the messenger if I did.
No,
I
you
wondered,
didn't.
she got that pincushion on her desk, and it's got Alvin on it. It just occurred to me why it's
Yeah,
up.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I've seen all the other
Voodoo
ones, but
doll.
I have a Michael too.
All right, there's a follow-up and administrative issues item. So we covered one future agenda item, and then there's a presentation of and possible action on, there's nothing for 22, on matters related to the potential runoff election. So would you like to walk us through that?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Basically what I did is a calendar for the runoff. It's no longer potential. Let me get there. I wanted to advise the council as well as the public that we will have the runoff election on June 15th. Early voting will begin on June 3rd through the 11th, and there will not be Saturday voting. I want to make that clear. On the 21st of June, the early voting ballot board will meet to count the ballots received from outside the U.S. as well as provisional ballots. And then, and this is where I need your information or your input as to when to canvass the votes for the runoff election. I have until June 26th, which is a Wednesday. I tentatively scheduled it for June 25th. So your call on this one. I did also include the state statutes as regards to the process and the procedure and the statutory requirements that we have to go through in order for this process. So if you have any questions.
Okay, I'm available on the 25th, which is that Tuesday. Now, we have council on the 4th, council on the 18th. The vote is held on the 15th, and the canvassing would be done on the 25th, is what she's saying. So can the 25th work, Mr. Silvas? June 25th is a Tuesday. Yes? Ms. Farmer?
No.
Okay, can the
If it's over with by noon, maybe.
Oh, it would be.
It should.
No,
And
it would be
really,
over
I
with.
only
Should be
need
an
2
hour.
individuals to canvass.
It should be just, it should be very quick,
Yes.
actually. Okay.
Going on vacation.
25th that morning,
That
okay? Mr. Hirschfeld?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Morrison?
He won't.
Say when and where.
Okay, outstanding. Okay, the 25th is the day and 9 o'clock in the morning, so we can get done and let Ms. Farmer go on vacation.
Okay, will do.
Okay? Okay.
Can we do it in the afternoon?
What else?
About 3.
Yeah, about 3 o'clock. Okay, what else do we have on what else do you have on 23, ma'am?
That is it. That is the only thing. I just want to advise
Okay.
as far as the early voting, but I do have another question.
June the 3rd through the 11th?
Correct.
But not on Saturday?
Not on Saturday. Part of this is deciding whether to leave the early voting branch locations, if council would like to use these locations. Normally, the turnout for these locations is generally low. I recommend that we leave things consistent, so because the public is used to having the branch locations. Just know that it is an additional cost. It's anywhere between, if we use all 5 of the locations, it's $10,000. If we cut down to 1 using the main location, it's $2,000. So the runoff election could cost anywhere between $23,000 to $33,000.
Okay. Okay, did y'all understand her request? Do you want to cut down to Ed B. Keys only? Is that what I heard?
Yes, sir, during early
On
voting.
early voting, that's her question. Do you want to have the 5 different places like it was Plaza del Sol and some others, but do you want 5 locations for early voting or just Ed B. Keys for early voting? 5. Just Ed B. Keys, 5.
Ed B. Keys.
Ed B. Keys. Do you have any sense of the percent of the vote that was at Ed B. Keys this time?
Half.
Half.
I can just tell you that from the phone calls that I received on Election Day, that people had gone to 2 or 3 places and had been turned away, and they couldn't get a clear idea of where they were supposed to vote. They're quite upset. So Ed B. Keys has been there forever. Everybody knows that it's there. It's an important runoff election, and I think the one place would simplify it for most of the citizens.
Well, this is not election day, right? This is early voting, right?
This is early voting
This is
only.
early voting.
Early
So
voting.
if they
7
showed
days
up-
of early voting.
If they showed up at some satellite
Which-
early voting place, they'll
Correct.
show up and nobody will be there.
And not only that, if you decide not to use the early voting branch locations, we're going to put, posters on the door or wherever to inform or redirect the voter to go to downtown.
What are the dates for the early voting?
June 3rd through the 11th, and not including Saturday or Sunday. Starts on a Monday, ends on the following Tuesday.
Yeah, I used to believe in saving money, but when we had a 58% drop in participation, I don't believe that anymore.
Judge
We-
Ed B. Keys
we
is
blew it on
my
that one.
vote.
We frustrated a lot of voters on this last
Yes,
election.
yes.
And I'm afraid if we take, after using all of the early voting locations, if we go to 1 this time, then we're getting away from the consistent pattern that we had, and I think we're going to frustrate them even more.
5. 5. Use 5 locations.
Yes.
5, 1. 1. Five. Use all 5, pay $33,000. Let's move on.
Okay?
Okay. Item number 24, I have a vote here for a Fort Concho Museum Board member brought forth by Single Member District 2 for Martha King to take over an unexpired term that would end in January of 2014. Can I get a motion to accept that?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Call for that vote. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. Now we need to look at any announcements and consideration of future agenda items.
I have 3.
There's the item that AJ presented, there was no public comment, and I believe there is someone here.
Oh, thanks for catching me on that. I think because Ms. Favre, you're talking about the river corridor, right? Okay, let me make sure I go
It's all
from
her
there.
fault.
Nah, it's my fault. That's
Caught it,
what y'all
so
pay me
no.
the big dollars for, and I dropped the ball. Come on up. This is concerning the River Corridor Commission.
Yeah, I just want to make a couple of points. One was that, and I wasn't privy to this discussion prior to.
Introduce yourself, Dale.
I'm sorry, Del Velasquez, Downtown Executive Director for San Angelo. And the point when the consolidation of those 2 river corridor and the design was to eliminate the 2 different separate organizations having to, or for anyone who was doing business or working in that district, either one of those districts or either one of those areas of concern, was to consolidate them and have one so that they could attend one meeting and get everything done. That was the purpose of that. I'm not sure about the the expansion occurred because you were consolidating 2 different groups. What Downtown San Angelo's mission and goal has been, as part of the Texas Historical Commission Main Street program, is to help set standards, not to make it more difficult, but to set standards that will support economic development, growth, historic, cultural, and that was the whole purpose behind that. Not to take over and create
And
power or
no.
anything else.
And as was said earlier, please understand, as I said, it made sense, theoretically made sense. We just think that the unintended consequence or practical outcome was kind of it went the opposite direction. It
Well,
actually
and you know, I'll just bring this up here. Recently, we've had trailers move into the downtown area, and I know that from previous council meetings, there's been discussion because of the Klein Shell efforts and what could happen if you bring man camps into certain areas of downtown. Well, we're seeing some of that downtown right now, which, unfortunately, the borders weren't wide enough to capture those trailers being moved into really what is considered the Main Street downtown demographics. So, I think there needs to be a review of that.
There is a review of that. It's on a different track, but there's a review about, you're talking about a recreational vehicle?
No, I'm talking about trailers, actually.
Be more clear. I'm not sure what a trailer.
A trailer or a portable building, an industrial commercialized portable building has been set up on Irving Street between Avenue A and B, which is outside of either one of those commissions. If they were two separate ones, neither one of those were not.
I understand you.
And
Okay.
so that's a concern.
And I'm assuming then it was consistent with whatever zoning and consistent with whatever.
Sure.
Yes, it is allowed under the zoning. However, it was about half a block outside of the river corridor, which would have required approval to move any of those buildings onto the property by the river corridor. I'm sorry.
Okay.
The Design and Historic Review Commission.
Thanks. Okay.
So that's the point I'm making, though, is that there are issues that can be resolved through this commission, through the Design and Historic, and not to breaking them up or to decrease. In fact, I'm asking that we increase the overlays so that we are being more diligent in terms of what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay.
Okay.
I suggest you wait until after July.
I think so.
All right, thanks.
But I wanted to just make that comment.
Okay, thank you. Announcements or consideration of future agenda items? Yes, ma'am, Ms. Farmer.
I need to follow up with an update from Mr. Weiss on the river project. Okay. And also, I'd like to have for the council to review the post-edison financials that were provided in our packets. I have several questions in those, so I'd like to see that on the next meeting, if you don't mind. And then the next thing I would like is an update or to share or possibly.
They're wanting you closer to your mic.
It's not even on. Sorry. Do you want me to
Okay.
repeat all that?
I don't know,
Okay.
Mr.
The permit process for special events, group events in the downtown area, I received numerous phone calls Saturday about the crowds and the amount of alcohol that was flowing from early morning till late at night, and I saw for myself the highly intoxicated folks trying to maneuver the streets by walking, and wasn't even safe. But who governs or oversees that alcohol, that drinking that's going on, and if people are bringing their own? I really would like some information. But at last Saturday's event, the number of phone calls because of an adjoining business, say the Masonic Lodge next door, that's who started calling. Their lawn was parked on by various barbecue trailers, several barbecue trailers and tents and setups, and that they even took their water hoses, the people at the barbecue pits, and attached it to the building to run their water for their area and the barbecue pits, and this is not acceptable. And the street being blocked off, I received 2 complaints from people trying to go down to do early voting, and it was 2 blocks away, from the early voting where the streets were blocked. And it just, how's the permit process done? Who issues these and who coordinates what all's going on? Because there was a lot of activity, and I saw no police presence. So are these individuals getting permits? I want to know, are they supposed to provide police presence, security? If you could update all of us, or at least me.
Ms. Farmer, I know that the police have talked in recent years about downtown becoming more and more busy, and that that's creating an increasing burden for them, and they're attempting to adapt to that. And I think their input for for the downtown area in general and special events probably is appropriate. They are
Okay,
working that issue.
thank you.
Other items?
Yes.
Mr. Morrison?
And Jim Turner brought this up earlier in the meeting about the COSA TX website and the San Angelo, Texas.us, and he doesn't agree with that, and I agree with him. So we need to put that on next agenda and let Vardaman himself worry with it.
Mr. Silva?
The last thing I have, and let me preface it by saying it has no kind of undertone lining of anything, okay? It's just more people interested in jobs, Mayor. And I know that the Klein Shell is coming upon us, and folks, sure, they're going out into the oil field and all that, but there's folks interested in what's being brought to the city and folks looking for jobs. So the MedHab idea, if where we are, I asked for it to be on the agenda and it wasn't, but folks looking for jobs, so that, that's been brought up to my attention. I didn't see it on here, so whatever.
Take a look at the COSA DC paperwork that was
Okay.
sent out.
And I did not, and I apologize, but.
Okay. But no, that's fine with me. I don't mind at all. But it's been brought up multiple times in the election, and so that, it is what it is. The issue, if you look in the paperwork that was handed out, there are no dollars being spent at this time. There are basically 4 jobs. And I know a lot more than that, but let's go by what is presented. Okay.
Jobs being sought is the bottom line.
Great.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay. I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, here we go.